Hello, good morning and welcome along to the third and final day of Group A action here at the MODUS Super Series. By the close of play this afternoon, we will have our first player through to Saturday night's finals night. It's currently Conan Whitehead who leads the way at the top of the table. So before we preview this morning's action, let's remind you of how things unfolded yesterday. Despite getting himself into good positions in matches and taking out finishes like this 160, Alan Norris had to wait for his fifth and final game to pick up a win yesterday. Johnny Haynes started day two bottom of the group, but beating West and Whitehead back-to-back helped him prove he can mix it with the best this week. Inconsistency was an issue for Wesley Harms with a 15-point range between his averages. He'll need to play at a higher level today if he's to return in Group B. As for Osborne, he missed multiple match starts to beat West yesterday, faded as the session went on, and as a result finds himself 4 points behind the top two. In second sits Steve West, dropping south after day two, but still very handily placed to qualify for finals night via Group A, thanks to finishes like this 127 in game. But it's our Series 1 champion Conan Whitehead who occupies top spot with 15 games to go. For the second day running, he reeled in the big fish with 3 more averages in the 90s. Yeah, delighted to be joined yet again by Laura Turner to reflect on what we saw yesterday. And Laura, Conan Whitehead really has put down a marker. Didn't quite reach the heights yesterday that he did on Monday, but still only 2 averages below 90 over the course of the 2 days.
Yeah, and he ground out some really good results, didn't he? So, rightly sat there at the top of the table, but there's not a lot in it really at the top, and that's not a surprise, but very impressive. Another big fish checkout, and been quite exciting to watch.
Yeah, he's mentioned it a number of times in the past. Often, that bullseye really gets him out of trouble when he's not at his prolific scoring best, and it did again yesterday, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw on the first day, 150 checkout left. What's he going to do? Goes 3 bullseyes. Don't blame him, really. It really has got him out of some bits of trouble this week as well. So I can see why he has got a bullseye tattoo on his arm. Obviously one of his favourites.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look then at the league standings with 15 more matches to be completed today. And it is Conan Whitehead who's on top thanks to his superior leg difference over Steve West. But it does now look, doesn't it, like it is a 2-horse race for that Group A top spot.
Yeah, I would agree completely. Obviously, with Conan and Steve, 4 points clear, which I know doesn't sound like a lot, but in the context of the day and the way that the fixtures are going, I do think it's going to be between those top 2.
And Colin Osborne, in his penultimate match yesterday, missed match starts to get the better of Steve West. How much of a hangover do you think there will be from that?
No, I just think another day, I think even if the top spot is out of their reach, it's not completely out of their reach, obviously. Anything can still happen, but I just think one of the important things is such an advantage of playing in Group B, and I think eyes will be on getting in second or third place as well.
Yeah, let's have a look then at the outright betting, and no surprise at all to see that Steve West and Conan Whitehead are the 2 favourites. Of course, only 4 players can now finish top of the group. Any surprise to see that Steve West is the slight favourite?
Well, no, I think... Well, perhaps because Conan has probably been that more consistent player when it comes to averages, but Steve's got pedigree as well, hasn't he? So I can understand why they've done it. We've probably seen a bit more of Steve West of late, so just edges that. But yeah, there's not much to split them, is there?
Not much at all. Let's have a look then at the bet builder for this morning's session. These are the best bets on the exchange for this session, and it starts with Whitehead against Haynes, the match winner in that one to be Conan Whitehead. Of course, it was Haynes who claimed the victory in that one yesterday. Harms and Whitehead minus 1.5 in the handicap, and then Norris against Osborne, and again another handicap bet in Osborne minus 1.5. The top selection there is Whitehead against Haynes, and it's quite an interesting battle because that is our second matchup this morning. That could be a really crucial one, couldn't it? Especially given how things unfolded in that match yesterday.
Yeah, and it seems that Haynes been that kind of thorn in Conan Whitehead's side. Both matches have gone the way of Haynes so far, which included a a comeback from 3-0 down. So maybe a case of third time lucky for Conan Whitehead.
And Johnny Haynes, how much of an opportunity do you think he has of forcing his way into Group B? Because he sat bottom of the table after day one. Yesterday, though, really showed that he's capable of mixing it with everyone in this group.
Yeah, he took some really good wins yesterday. I was quite pleased for Johnny because I think he was unlucky in some of his results on the first day. And again, yet another one that's just because of what he did yesterday has put himself in that mix to make it into Group B.
And our first match this morning, Colin Osborne up against Wesley Harms. How do you see this one going?
Yeah, I think Wesley has been quite a slow starter when he's come out, what we've seen on both days. And Colin, he's got that pedigree, but it just depends on the start, I think, from Wesley Harms today.
Right then, let's see how he does start this morning's session and hand over to Henry Deacon to talk you through all the action.
Very good morning, Abby. Very good morning, everyone, and welcome along to the final day of Group A action here at the Super Series. And we kick off with a clash between the Sparky and the Wizard. Wesley Harms taking on Colin Osborne to kick off Wednesday's affairs. And for Colin Osborne, when he was threatening the top of the table for a fair while, but it was a dip towards the latter end of the session that undid for him in the end. Defeat to Steve West 4-3, coupled up with a loss to Wesley Harms in his final game of the session, means that this is a battle for Group B positioning as opposed to Group A supremacy. It is Osborne with the darts. He currently occupies that third spot on 10 points, but the victor of this one will move too clear in that particular pursuit, with Johnny Haynes in action against the table topper Conan Whitehead next up. It does feel like a two-horse race for that first spot into Saturday night, and two players who have had numerous amounts of successes on the Super Series stage, slugging it out for that top spot. Whitehead and West both know what it's like to get over the finishing line, but nobody's more experienced
100
when it comes to the Super Series than Colin Osborne. Happy to say that I'm in the company of Laura Turner once again today. Good morning, Laura.
Good morning, Henry. How are you doing?
81.
I'm not too bad. And yourself?
Yeah, good. Getting a lot of exercise up and down those stairs this week.
Could say they are quite the obstacle. I remember the first week we did the Super Series here, and I was going up and down from those stairs after every game. I think I did about 15,000 steps during those days.
I can imagine.
But who's going to step up to the plate today and claim that first spot through to finals night? Osborne went off 4-7 favourite. Wesley Harms the outsider at 5-4. Harms won this game 4-1 yesterday. It was kind of during that period of the day where it just felt like there was a few tired darts being brought in by the players. Osborne first to finish on 156.
60. Wesley, you require 85.
Did say on the balcony, I think Harms needed a better start. Hasn't started too well on the first 2 days, and this is much better from Wesley Harms. Now he needs the ball.
60. Colin, you require
Clipping
96.
the 25. Osborne back for 96. Harms has already had a dart to break. And it is these kinds of mid-range finishings that Osborne is so prolific at.
Shot on the first leg.
Case in point again there, as the Wizard takes the lead by a leg to nil.
Second leg is Wesley to throw first. Game on.
Strange one, the format, isn't it, as well, with regards to they've played, this is the third time they would have played each other this week. We're sat at one apiece. It feels like a decider, as to who gets the bragging rights.
It's a mini-series within the Super Series.
Exactly.
100.
Even though most likely these two are going to be separated in terms of what group they're in on Thursday and Friday, if they were both to progress through to Saturday's final, we don't know how crucial those head-to-head records could be. We saw last week with Moreno Michels beating Fadden Sherrock twice in a night to go on and claim the weekly title.
$28.
Wesley Harms just forcing that last dart through. I've noticed with Wesley as well, he doesn't seem to switch, even when it looks awkward. Sometimes it works for him and sometimes it doesn't. But it doesn't, because especially with a lot of Dutch players, they do make good use of the entire
100.
board. But I've noticed Wesley just kind of persists and perseveres with that treble 20.
Well, half the Dutch players these days tend to go for treble 14 with their first dart of the leg, let alone when a bed's blocked.
60.
He'll definitely be staying upstairs. 156 is a very unique finish because it's one of the very few on the board where you can only go one which way about it.
100. Wesley
And
require
there's only 6 combinations on the
156.
whole board where you can do that. I have to thank another Dutchman for that, in Marco Meyer, for that bit of information.
140. $119. Wesley requires
Harms
16.
down to a double after 15 darts. Needs double 8, double 4.
Game shot in the second leg.
Yeah,
Wesley
comprehensive
Harms.
finishing there from Wesley Harms. I think this is the best
Third
first
leg, it's
game
Colin
we've
to throw
seen from
first.
Wesley Harms.
Game
I think
on.
so far this Super Series. I guess with some players it just takes them a little while to kind of get back into it, warm back up to things.
And of course, in the case of Wesley as well, he hasn't been playing
96.
too much darts outside of the Super Series. But as you say, his starts have been quite slow today. He beat Alan Norris 4-1 yesterday, but that was still an average of 79. Whereas on Monday, it was a 71.43 average, which saw him
135.
lose to Colin Osborne. So in their head-to-head record, it's 2 4-1 victories, 1 late apiece. What would be your
92.
overall assessment of Wesley Harms's week up to press?
Yeah, I think there's going to be times where he would have been disappointed. Obviously, has registered a couple of lower averages, but
60.
considering, as I said, considering the start and the way things could have gone, especially that first day, I think he'd be happy the way that he's managed to build himself back up and find some of that quality, that high level. And as you say yourself, he hasn't had
123.
huge amount of gameplay. Doesn't do the circuit anymore. We haven't seen him that often, so I think he should be really pleased with how he's performed.
96.
Get to know or confirm what group he's in tomorrow and Friday, and we will be getting to that stage of the week where we'll be splitting up and splitting down and going all around to see who's going to be playing where, what, which darts on Thursday and Friday, and who's not going to be playing darts on Thursday and Friday, because the winner of the week, or the winner of this group, will head
120.
through to the weekly final, which will take place on Saturday evening. It is a slender advantage on legs difference for Conan Whitehead at the moment. We'll see both them and Steve West in matches 2 and 3 respectively.
60. Colin, you require 70.
Yeah, as you say, every game on this Wednesday, on this final day of Group A, does feel so important.
Game shot in the third
That
leg.
was an important
Colin
finish there for
Osborne.
Colin Osborne.
15 darter to put him 2 onto the good. And a
Fourth leg
solid
is
start
Wesley
from
to
the
throw
pair.
First. Game on. $36.
Opportunity here for Osborne. One he looks like he's about to take. Really does take first a 180 of the match, and it goes the way of Colin Osborne.
$45.
Yeah, and that's 2 poor visits there from Wesley Harms. So massive opportunity here for Colin Osborne.
Good chance to press home that
57.
advantage. If he can win this leg, he'll then throw for the match.
$85. $60. 85.
Quite an important last up there from Wesley Harms. He's struggling in this particular leg. Here's one with where he has got the advantage of throw, and that's completely lost at the moment. Colin Osborne
40.
in command, and first one down to a finish.
$100. Colin, you require 164.
So both players on an outshot. Osborne first go on 164. That's not going to go, and so Harms has got a chance at a 150 to level proceedings up at 2 apiece.
85. Wesley, you require 150.
And you'd suspect from here that Osborne at the very least is going to get a dart at tops for 3-1.
Colin, you require 79.
Single 20 leaves in the tops.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Very
Colin
accurate
Osborne.
finishing this game from Colin Osborne. 3 from 4 and 3-1 up.
Looking
Fifth leg
in
is
very
Colin to
fine
throw first.
fettle.
Game on.
Is the Wizard going about his business quite nicely. As for Wesley Harms, it's the best start he's made to a date, but it may well be a losing start for Sparky, because Osborne is sparking into life.
139. $43.
He's edging closer towards the finishing line now. Back-to-back 2 treble visits means that Harms has got it all to do from here.
140.
Over the hand there, I think even Harms knows he really does need to score heavier. Great 140, but see, all players
58.
wanted that 180. Osborne now down to a finish on 164.
60.
And is that
Colin
shake of the
require
head the white
164.
flag of concession for Wesley Harms, as Osborne has 6 now for the match? Didn't have to go for the bullseye of his opponent not on a finish, and so
100.
just squares up and will be heading towards the 16 corridor upon his return to complete the match.
100. Colin, you require 64.
And so he's just having a little bit of a look. Yep, it is in, Colin. And so you now have 2 darts at tops to win the match.
Game
And he only
shot,
needs
and
the
match.
one
Colin
to
Osborne.
complete the job. And Colin Osborne, in what could be a crucial game in terms of Group B qualification, has got the better of Wesley Harms by 4 legs to 1. A 93.08 average, 4 out of 5 when it came to the finishing was the big difference in that one. And so Osborne on the board, moving on to a dozen points in the group, and may well just give himself an outside shout in terms of qualification through Group A, but it is a position that is in the palm of the hands of Conan Whitehead. He takes on Johnny Haynes after this short break, and if he can find victory in that one, he'll move on to 16 points.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Colin Osborne has just closed the gap between himself and the top two in the league standings to 2 points with a 4-1 victory over Wesley Harms. A really clinical showing in that match. But next up for us, Conan Whitehead, the table topper, is taking on Johnny Haynes for the third time this week. Haynes coming through in last leg deciders in their two meetings on Monday and Tuesday. But before we get into this one, let's hear from Conan now. He's been chatting to Henry Deacon.
Conan, 2 days in, how would you assess the week so far?
To be honest with you, I think this is the best I've been playing so far at the minute. I mean, the practice is going well, so back in the season Super League and that, so I'm playing plenty of darts and I'm back to getting back to my old scoring ways again.
You look like the game's in a happy place at the minute.
Yeah, well, I think my life's in a happy place, to be honest, so happy life, happy darts. Simple as that.
I've most certainly seen it over the first couple of days. Some of your performances have been, well, they've been excellent at times. Going into the final day, plenty of confidence?
Yeah, I'm not worried at all today. I'm just going to carry on playing attempt to play how I've been playing. Hopefully another big fish today. So that'd be nice.
I was going to say, the finishing has been on point, particularly the big fish, particularly the bullseye hitting. We were mentioning on commentary with Laura about your bullseye hitting. Does a lot of that stem from the soft tip that you've played in your career?
No, not at all. I've always been comfortable on the balls. That's why I've got a tattoo on my arm of the bullseye. It's always got me out of a lot of trouble, but today, this week it just seems to be going, so we'll keep it up, hopefully.
First ever champion here. How much would you like to get back to the big week?
Well, it's not about how much I'd like to, I will do. Mm-hmm. But it just might not be this time, but eventually in the future I will do, and I will win that again.
Well, we look forward to watching you play. Conan, good luck.
Thank you very much. Cheers, Henry.
Happy life, happy darts. I think it's a mantra that we can all live by, Laura, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, no, it's great to hear Conan, isn't it? Speaking in the way that he is. He's really in a positive place by the sounds of it. Did have that disappointment. We touched on it yesterday where he missed out just on leg count back for a PDC Tour card. But it's great to see him now, refinding that joy for darts, because it's a hard sport to play, like any sport, I guess, but it's hard to play if you're not enjoying it.
So certainly we kindle the love. The Series 1 champion here, looking to join Luke Littler in the club of players who won this competition on more than one occasion. And he is not just determined, he's almost guaranteed us and promised us the fact that he is going to win it again. Justin Bradshaw, our referee for the day. As far as what the odds compilers say about
45.
this one, Conan Whitehead goes off the 4-11 favourite. Johnny Haynes, the outsider, at 2-1. But what we have seen from Johnny Haynes this week is when he is on, he is on.
60.
But he's just had that odd game here and there where he'll feel a little bit disappointed with his level of performance.
Yeah, we were talking about it, weren't we, beforehand, when you see the statistics, over the last 100 games that Johnny Haynes has played, 150 of them, lost 50 of them, exactly 50%. And I think that is kind of what Johnny's showing us here. When he's on, his levels are great, but when he's off, he's beatable. And that goes with the stats.
So what we're saying is he's either going to win 3 and lose 2, or lose 3 and win 2 today. There's no in the middle.
I'm not saying that, you're saying that, but that wouldn't surprise me.
Well, interestingly, we were delving through both players' stats over the last 100 games in the build-up to this
80.
one. And you were deciding how in every single metric, everything is the same, apart from that win ratio, which favours Conan.
94.
Yeah, and Conan obviously does have that very, dominant 180 hitting ability over probably most of the field, in fairness. He's a big hitter.
60.
It wouldn't surprise me, and it's going to be a big game when they play between Conan Whitehead and Steve West, whether that could threaten the all-time record for 180s, which is 9, as Conan begins upon the maximum trail for the day. Record's 9, Josh Payne against Andy Jenkins, and Luke Littler against Chris Gilliland.
45. Conan, you require 62.
And so one at double 16. There's been 2
46.
doubles this week where
Johnny,
Conan's been
require
prolific. It's been that
156.
one which is missed just on the inside. And of course the bullseye.
$92. Conan, you require 16.
So for the opening leg. Adjusting, but
Game shot on the first
great
leg.
adjustment there made by
Whitehead.
Conan Whitehead and takes that opening leg.
So the Barbarian putting
Second leg
Haynes
is
to the
Johnny to throw
sword.
first. Game
One
on.
up.
$100.
It was good to see Conan talk in such a happy vein this morning. He is
100.
quite an infectious character, isn't he? And one of those that's very popular around the circuit. You know when Conan's at an event on tour.
Oh, yeah, that you do. He makes his
140.
presence known. But it's actually, like I say, it's good to hear him talking about, you know, the way he's playing and everything else in positive terms. I think players, you know, they're all too keen to, all too quick to kind of criticise and perhaps not necessarily, you know, see the best in
97.
what they're doing. So to hear Conan speak so positively is a really good thing. I think you're your own worst critic, especially when it comes to things
60.
like darts.
I always go back to the Rickwood analogy. What's your average? I lost.
58.
Genuinely, that there is some players that I look at and think they'd be happier to lose of 110 average. Well, they look happy because they
60.
averaged well, but they'll win with like an 83 and they'll be disgusted with themselves.
Yeah, wins come first, no matter how they
85.
come.
Johnny
No one goes out there to
141.
not be at their best or play at their best, but wins are what get you the name on the trophy at the end of the day.
And it is the trophy they're all looking to pick
125.
up on
Conan
Saturday
require
night.
161.
This man's one of the biggest of the trophies here. Haynes has also found himself in the winners' enclosure. He won week 11 of
41.
Series 2, beating the
Johnny
Duff
require
man, Neil
16.
Duff, in that final.
Game shot on the second leg.
Haynes
Johnny
levels up. He
Haynes.
squares up. It's 1-1. Neither player has really lit a fuse in this game
Third
so
leg is
far.
Conan to
Both
throw
just kind of
first. Game on.
plodding about their business.
Johnny Haynes, as we know, he cannot
140.
top the table. Mathematically cannot do that, but he can still put himself in a position to make Group B. Could really upset the apple cart with a couple of wins over these top players, with these table
55.
toppers.
And Group B would be prime Haynes territory because he plays a lot of stuff locally, which is
100.
played later on in an evening. It will be kind of suited to when he plays his best darts, and he is prolific on those local circuits.
43.
If he finds a way around the roundabout, because in Swindon that can be quite hellish.
Indeed.
100. $82.
Conan Whitehead
Conan, you
completely
require
dominating this
161.
third leg here. 1-1-6-1 after 9, but Johnny back on 3-2-1.
$83.
Conan's been the one that's just been able to incline his game.
What
am I talking about?
180. Conan, you require 78.
Is it all academic?
Game
Yes,
shot on
it
the third
is.
leg.
Conan Whitehead 78 there in 2 darts, now in a 2-1 lead over Johnny Haynes.
Fourth leg, it's
A win
Johnny
here
to
for
throw
Conan
first.
Whitehead would see
Game
him
on.
sat clearly at the top on 16 points. 2 points over Steve West.
And importantly as well, 4 over Colin Osborne, who,
131.
if there was a defeat and slip-ups of both Conan and West, would put himself back in the picture.
140. $140. $60. 60.
Could use the 25 there. Johnny Haynes leaving himself on the big fish, which we have seen twice. Both of them coming from that man there, Conan
60.
Whitehead.
Johnny, you require 170.
Doesn't have to go for it, but this would be a taste of Conan's medicine. You going to go for the ball, Johnny?
Getting
Johnny,
shot on
be
the fourth
good!
leg, Johnny Haynes.
Johnny, that's too good! It's the third fish of the week, and it's 2 apiece.
Fifth leg, it's Conan to
Oh,
throw
we do
first.
enjoy a bit of
Game
showboating.
on.
That was fantastic. As you say, didn't have to go for it, but felt confident, felt it was going to go, and there you see it.
100.
Go, Johnny, go. Or in Back to the Future terms, is it a bit too soon?
Never too soon for a big fish.
93.
Come on. Setting up our expectations now for the rest of the day.
And before you tick off the bingo card, yes, I mentioned Michael J. Fox at 10 o'clock in the morning.
100. $134.
Nice switch there for Johnny Haynes.
$91.
We said it before as well, haven't we? With Conan, he does make use of treble 17 quite a bit and really effectively.
140.
I asked him the question in the interview about the bullseye hitting and the movements to different areas of the ball because it's very much a soft tip play. And Conan being Conan, he just
60.
said, well, to be
Johnny,
honest,
you
it doesn't
require
really matter. I
134.
just do what I do and I'm just good at it. Pretty much. Oh, this would be another game changer. And the
180.
double 16 wasn't
Conan,
far
you
away.
require
No, it's
150.
Conan Whitehead. No, he's not. Yes, he is.
You knew it.
$90. Johnny, you require 16.
Well, this is a chance for a break here for Johnny Haynes, and he's double 8.
No score.
Oh, and is
Conan, you
that a
require
wasted
60.
opportunity there for Johnny Haynes as Conan comes back for 60?
Game shot on the fifth leg. Conan
And despite
Whitehead.
the oasis of brilliance from Johnny Haynes, Conan clears up following a couple of misses on the double 8 wire.
Sixth leg, it's
And he
Johnny to
finds
throw
himself
first.
3-2
Game
up
on.
and 1 leg away from moving on to the Sweet 16 in Group A.
43. $85.
And how costly will that double 8 miss
60.
from Johnny Haynes be? Because he does need to break Conan Whitehead. That was a perfect opportunity to do it. And now in a position where he has to hold his throw and break. If he can bring it to
81.
3-all.
We didn't have many 4-3s yesterday, so we might as well have one to kickstart the day.
100.
And considering the ebbs and flows of this match, it'd probably be an appropriate way to end it by going all the way to a 7th and deciding leg.
99. $58. $128.
Well, Conan Whitehead really has a bit between his teeth, wants to finish it off here. Down to 108.
45.
After 12, and Johnny
Conan, you
Haynes not
require
able to leave a
108.
finish. So 6 from here for Conan Whitehead.
To pile the pressure on Steve West, who has Adam Norris up next. All about leaving it handy now for Conan
72.
Whitehead. And leave it handy he will, leaving himself free in hand, a double 18 upon his return to steal a 4-2 victory, which would put him top of the pile.
140. Conan, you require 36. Game. Shot.
There you have
Man of the
it.
match,
Conan Whitehead pins double nine for a 4-2 victory over Johnny Haynes. That win, as Henry said, does see Conan top the table now over Steve West, who will be coming up next against Alan Norris.
So then, wins so far today for Colin Osborne and Conan Whitehead. Steve West and Alan Norris complete our first round of fixtures. West, the 4-1 winner when the two met on Monday and Tuesday. Can he keep the pace with Whitehead and join the Barbarian on 16 points? Or can Norris act as a bit of a spoiler today? Let's get back to Laura Turner and Henry Deacon to find out.
Thank you very much, Abby. And so Steve West has seen the Conan Whitehead win in the previous match and knows he has to raise it up against Alan Norris, the 51-year-old, nowadays based up in Scotland. And he'll be hoping for a better day than yesterday, although he did finish with his best performance of the week so far, an average just under 95 in deposing of Johnny Haynes. But it's fair to say that Chuck will be hoping that he can get chucking better than he chucked before.
Yeah, how much Chuck can a woodchuck chuck, or how much Chuck can a Norris chuck? I don't know. I think you're rubbing off on me, Henry. I don't know what's going on, but I agree. I think basically, you know, he's been unlucky in some of his matches, Alan Norris. We've seen some moments of greatness, but just not converting that into wins, missing at the wrong time, allowing other people to step in and take that opportunity.
Well, I suppose the question is this, isn't it? How much chuck will West chuck
60.
if West does beat Chuck? Because if he wins, then he moves potentially back to the top of the pile and he could be on to win the group and have a couple of days off.
45.
Wait till we get to the lorries. In terms of the pre-match betting, Alan Norris, the 5-2
135.
outsider, to pick the points up, and Steve West went on as a 2-7 favourite to win this one. And to join
125.
Conan Whitehead on 16.
$136.
And that is what you call the perfect setup play.
59.
We've seen it
Stevie
once.
require 170.
Doesn't have to go for it, but we wouldn't mind it if we did.
Not going to go on this occasion. Would have been treated to one from Johnny
40.
Haynes in the previous match.
$58. Stevie require 130.
Alan Norris now on a finish. Has seen Alan Norris take out a 160, so Steve West unable there to hunt down that treble
65.
20.
Alan, you require 160.
We've seen this already from Alan Norris. The 160. He's not going to go on this
100.
particular
Stevie
occasion.
require 65.
So West back for 65 to take the opening leg, and now, well, he's going to have to go 12 and ball, but how much of the ball can he see? Well, he's lucky he's hit the treble 12 because he's got the open bed of
52.
double 13 to aim at, but
Alan, you require
that comes
60.
to no joy for him.
And we have seen that on a few occasions this week from Alan Norris. Just maybe a little lapse of concentration going for the single number. Squeezes in the 15 for tops.
Game shot on the first leg.
It's all
Alan
academic
Norris.
because Alan Norris does chalk up that first leg with a 60 checkout.
Second
Very
leg, it's
friendly
Steve
on the
to throw
stage between the
first.
pair.
Game on. $66.
Maybe just take him a leg to get a feel for it.
92. $140.
As you can see as well, West yesterday playing without glasses. He's had an issue optically, and so has got that
95.
rectified overnight. Was in fact actually playing on Monday with Alan Norris's glasses, such was the issue. Decided to go glassesless yesterday, if that makes any
60.
sense whatsoever.
Just about. I know what you mean. Yeah, and today back in his glasses. That first leg, obviously, disappointing for Steve West because he will need to find a breakthrough against Alan Norris. But
140.
you just sometimes get the feeling when Alan's playing at the moment, it's kind of he's getting away with some of the legs that he's getting
48.
because of missed opportunities. I want to see that kind of dominance from Alan.
$47.
And so Norris on the famous 1-2-7 in game.
95.
Well,
Alan
favourite of
York,
ours here at the Super
127.
Series because of our friend and colleague Paul Hinks. We're going to go. And so Steve West
55.
leaves himself on 92
Steve require
to
92.
level proceedings up at one apiece.
He opted to go for the bullseye route. As you can see, not happy with how that lies. So 85 left. Just now can tear up.
32. Alan, you require 72.
Double 14, double 13. He's gone from the west to the east.
54.
Oh, he's miscounted.
Steve, you require 60.
He's miscounted.
Game shot on the second leg. Steve West.
1-1.
Third leg is Alan to throw first. Game on. $66. $100. 81. $140.
There's the second 140 of the match so far for Steve West. An average
60.
just a little bit below for the pair of them of what we've seen so far this week. Tentative start. Obviously, every game it feels so loaded. They're playing for position, they're playing for top spot, they're playing for second, they're playing for third.
100.
There's still a lot of movement that can happen on this table, but for Steve West especially, he wants to stay in touching distance with Conan Whitehead. A win here with them
59.
level him up again
Stevie
on
require
points.
161.
I think it's going to be that close. It's going to come down to just one or two mistakes is going to cost someone that top spot.
And the mentality changes so much on the Wednesday in the fact that Monday,
93.
Tuesday will say, well, he lost the first game, but there's time to bounce back. There may not be that bounce back time for Steve West if he was on the wrong end of the result and the wrong end of the scoreline against Alan Norris here.
95. Stevie requires 68.
I mean, that's not a disaster. Not
Game
one
shot on the
bit.
third leg. Steve West.
Double, toil and trouble as far as Alan Norris is concerned. And as a Super Series hurly-burly goes around, Recipe hoping that he's at the top of the pot.
Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
You can see the pair of them just chuckling to themselves.
$51. $100.
Reminder, this game culminates the first round of fixtures for the day.
60.
Coming up after the break, Carnes, who's already got a victory. Sorry, lost his first game, didn't he, to Colin Osborne by 4-1, takes on Conan Whitehead. West against
45.
Osborne. And then Haynes taking on Norris in round number 2.
$60. $59.
And Norris just got the edge, but back comes Steve West.
140.
Third 140 of the match for Steve West.
135. $130.
Some good set-up play there for Steve West. He will be back because Alan Norris is unable to finish 162, but will leave something good.
137. Stevie requires 60.
And so West for 3-1 has 2 in his hand at tops.
Game shot on the
3-1
fourth
it
leg.
is.
Steve West.
And the single 17 will pay no dividends for Alan Norris. It was academic
Fifth
in
leg,
the
it's Alan to
end.
throw first. Game on.
And so West is 1 away. Joining Whitehead on
134.
16 points. And if you're wondering where in the day they meet, well, it is in their 4th cycle of matches. It's game 10 of the session. It's
60.
quite possibly the game on or game over round of fixtures, and it probably will end up being exactly that. The victor of that one, you would sense
45.
from that point onwards, would go on and claim group glories. That's assuming that they do their jobs in the next couple of rounds, Roy Keane-esque.
140.
It's threatening another 180, but 140 converted
140.
as Alan Norris finds one of his own.
Responses on Norris.
44. $98. 120.
Oh, and a wild deflection bounce out there for Steve West.
And you require
Even
84.
137. So 84 required here for Alan Norris to stay in the match. Needs double 11 and pins double 11.
Alan Norris.
And so 15 data to bring it back to 3-2. But now West has the dart to complete the job. And if there's one thing that West can do so well, it's finish a match off
42.
as he begins with a 42. The curse of the commentator.
Indeed, it's real.
55.
Not too much harm done there as Alan Norris couldn't find a big treble of his own.
140.
The pressure being applied now from Steve West.
$60.
Norris having no surmountable reply.
140.
Yeah, this is a great passage of play here from Steve West. Feeling he can sense that finish line. It's within touching
85.
distance and doing all the right things to reach it.
$99.
Knowing the finishing line is in front of him and making a run towards it. But Norris isn't going to cave in easily.
140. Steve,
He
you
leaves
require
himself
80.
A big finish, but a finish nonetheless if this 80 doesn't go for the match. And in typical West fashion, went tops. And it's only going to be one dart at that double to win
40.
himself the match. And it goes
Alan, you
just above the
require
wire.
61.
Can Alan Norris save this match? There's the first one. Needs treble 17. Just unable to find. So West
97.
back for tops for the match.
Steve, you require 40.
Join Conan Whitehead on 16 points. It's going to be a race for the line because Steve West and Conan Whitehead still can't be separated as Steve West simply beats Alan Norris by 4 legs to 2. A little bit of a conversation between the pair at the end of that one, but it was West who was best with a 4 out of 8 checkout ratio and an 85.68 average in comparison to Alan Norris's 83.61. And so it is West in the winners' enclosure at the end of the opening round. Coming up after this short break, we're going to see the return of Whitehead as he takes on Wesley Harms.
So then our table topper Conan Whitehead returns to action next, looking to build on his 4-2 win over Haynes last time out. A really clinical showing in that one, 57% checkout success. He's up against Wesley Harms, who certainly started the day with a stronger performance level than in previous days, but still only registered a leg against Osborne. Whitehead and West level on 16 points at the top of the table. Can Conan move clear once more? And with things as tight as they are, legs difference could end up playing a part, of course. Let's get back to Henry and Laura to see how this one unfolds.
Yes, thank you, Abby. Yeah, intriguing one again. We've got so many inter-battles here. You've got Wesley Harms, who that first loss kind of puts a bit of an uphill struggle for him to make it into Group B. Now, Conan Whitehead has just seen Steve West once again win, which makes them tied on points at the top. So there's a lot of there's games within games, or almost, isn't there? There's issues within issues. They've got a lot to think about. So yeah, I'm quite intrigued to see how this goes. But for me, I think Conan's been the dominant of the two over the week, and I think that's going to carry on.
Now I'm going to play Football Manager catchphrase bingo here, because there's a lot of variables, but they've got to control their own controllables here.
100.
Conan Whitehead and Wesley Harms. A Whitehead win means that he stretches himself out to 18 points. He'll have that lead of 2 from Steve West, and he importantly has a 4-leg buffer in terms of leg
60.
difference as well. So it means that any Conan Whitehead victory in this particular match would still put him in a very profitable position in terms of that particular demographic. As for Harms, well,
100.
you get the sense now that he is in must-win territory. He loses this one to Conan, and Collins brings a surprise against Steve West, then you sense that that particular
85.
battle would be over, because Osborne would open up a 4-point lead upon Wesley Harms, and with just 6 points left to play for.
$41.
The odds compilers had Conan Whitehead as the 4-6 favourite to win this match. Wesley Harms, the outsider, at 11-10.
85.
Mind if you are having a flutter on the Super Series, it is 18 plus and begambleaware.org.
$100. $60. Wesley require
Pretty steady out the blocks
160.
here for Wesley Harms. Conan Whitehead just had to find his range. That
45.
goes back to what we were talking about earlier. Wesley, obviously, it is the sensible way to go, but by trying to force that treble 20, ended up pushing it into the 5.
60. Wesley require 115.
So 115.
$99. Conan, you require
Leaves himself on
151.
double 8. If he returns, he is going to come back.
123. Wesley requires 16.
Go for the opening leg. Needs double 4.
No score.
And pulls it into
Conan,
double
you
13.
require
So a big
28.
chance here for Conan Whitehead to break.
And once again, another player not wanting double 13.
No
But the
score.
double 14 is to no avail for Conan.
Wesley requires 16. Game shot on the first leg. Wesley Harms.
Harms just able to get it there on 5th time of asking.
Second leg is Conan to throw first. Game on.
Bit of an early opportunity squandered there by Conan Whitehead. Could have taken an early advantage. Both
43.
of Wesley Harms. I think Conan will be too disappointed. He knows what he's got in his locker, but needs to untap it.
I wonder whether this is going to follow a similar passage of play to Conan's last game against Johnny Haynes, where it was a slow start for the Barbarian, but then found a bit of a patch in the middle of the match as Harms kicks off Max
125.
at the beginning of leg 2. And continues. And continues.
140.
But it will stay at 5.
93.
Yeah, and this is a great leg here from Wesley Harms. Picking up that opening leg win.
$45.
And as we know in darts, any kind of outcome is always possible. But we have seen some shocker results. Opener yesterday, Johnny Haynes against Steve
83,
West comes to
Wesley
mind, where
Require,
Johnny Haynes, who had such a bad
136.
first day, comes out and beats Steve West 4-0. These players, they're all really, they're all top level players. And if they can find that level, then they're
60.
capable of beating
Going
anyone.
Require, 157.
We mentioned it, didn't we, from the onset, that this is probably one of the most level playing field groups
57.
we've seen for Group
Wesley
A here at the
Require,
Super Series.
76.
Double 12. Scraped inside.
64. Going Require, 100.
On a few occasions already this morning, single numbers going into the double. And Conan there opting to go double for 80.
21. Wesley Require, 12.
And so sixers for Harms. To
Game
break the
shot on the second
Barbarian. The
leg,
first dart was
Wesley
such a good
Harms.
guide. All he had to do was just kind of nudge across and then flick it off the barrel. And that was exactly what he
Third
did.
leg is
Harms
Wesley to
2-0
throw
up.
First. Game
Whitehead with
on.
work to do. Music to the ears of Steve West as the Barbarian disconsolately shakes his head in the background.
97. $98.
You're disappointed with that, Conan, the way the first dart went in.
Yeah, we've commented it on a few occasions this week that quite often when Conan's first dart goes in, the other two just
83.
naturally follow them. Almost looks like he's not going to miss on occasion. And there you hear that familiar bellow there
41.
from Conan. Not happy with how that's going.
$100. $60.
And Harms looks like he's going to potentially tease out a positive result here. And that will certainly go some
140.
way to helping his cause. 81 after 12, but Conan Whitehead back on 302. We'll make a dent in it here.
126. Wesley Require, 81.
So this for a 3-0 lead, and when you consider the form guide of the last couple of days would be somewhat against the run of play. Harms quoted at the 11-10 outsider before a dart was thrown in this one.
41.
And is laid up for tops for a 3-0 lead, and he is going to get 3 darts.
$100. Wesley Require, 40.
To get within one for victory. Wesley Harms, can he adjust? Can he get tops? No, needs double 10.
30. Conan Require,
Also, here's a
76.
prime opportunity for Conan Whitehead to find one of those breaks he needs.
When he was looking in the northeast corner for double
44.
18, but he's lipped inside
Wesley
on the
Require, 10.
single 5.
No score. Conan Require, 32.
Yeah, just a few loose stray darts there, but Conan Whitehead again presented with an opportunity for 32. 2 darts missed. Can he get it on the third?
16.
He can't. So Wesley Harms, the left off
Wesley
here, back for
Require,
double
10.
5.
Treble 1, double 1,
Game
leg
shot on the
1.
third leg, Wesley Harms.
Well, it's not by the means of convention, but it doesn't matter once the job is done.
Fourth leg is Conan to
3-0
throw
Harms.
first. Game on.
Whitehead has it all to do. Not just is he 3-0 down in this match, but his legs difference if he loses comprehensively here will take an absolute toweling.
45.
Yeah, this is getting scrappy, and you can see the frustration creeping into Conan Whitehead's game. Average is sub 17, but well, 0 from 6 for finishes for Conan Whitehead as well.
140.
Yeah, there you see it. Conan Whitehead 6 opportunities at the outer ring, none
140.
not being able to take it, and that's been a really, really strong element. We've commented obviously on Conan's power scoring, his 180s, but his finishing as well has been excellent. At one occasion yesterday,
60.
100%, 4 out of 4, which included that 170 checkout.
But he was pretty much half in terms of conversion yesterday. He was 19 from 39 attempts.
140.
But as you can see there, missing 6 at a double. In fact, in the entirety of the match, there's been 17 misses at the outer ring.
95.
Early average yesterday, Conan, of just under 88, 87.93.
136.
Well, it was a missed stray, but he still found himself on tops after 12, Whitehead.
100.
pull one
Conan
back.
require 40. Game shot on the fourth leg. Conan Whitehead.
Yeah, and that will come to some relief for Conan Whitehead.
Fifth leg, it's Wesley to throw first.
And when you're
Game
in that
on.
situation, you're up on that stage, and it's such a lonely place. It's so hard sometimes to be able to correct what's going wrong. You almost need that bit of adrenaline, that bit of a rush.
100.
Not quite sure if the tops checkout in itself will create that for Conan. It will go some way as to giving him a little bit of a
85.
push for the finish line.
Well, Whitehead will hope it'll be a reverse of his game against Johnny Haynes on Monday afternoon, where Whitehead raced into a 3-0 lead against the darts before Haynes then
21.
racked off 4 in a row to win by 4 legs to 3.
Oh. 41.
Conan almost, one of those players, he knows that as soon as it's left his hand, you
60.
hear that cry almost before the dart hits the board. You know as a player sometimes when it's just left your hand wrong.
125. $59. 100.
Well, we know what Conan's going to do. We all know what Conan's going to do. And surely, at some point,
100.
it is going to happen.
150.
I think with Conan, maybe he can only hit the ball on his last start. Has to be done on a finish,
62.
not from the first
Wesley
start.
require
That's the third attempt
161.
we've seen Conan have at doing the 150 checkout that way, and hasn't found the ball on first time of asking on each occasion.
57.
Someone help
Conan
my voice if
require
it does
88.
happen.
I'll turn the volume down on my headphones, I think, if I see that one come incoming.
Well, Conan's missed the big number here, which would have ironically left him a dart of the ball.
38. Wesley require 104.
And this would be for the match. Needs to find a treble. Does find a treble.
80.
And a wild attempt
Conan, you
there
require 50.
for double 12.
And so
Game's on
Whitehead
the fifth
goes
leg,
straight for
Conan
the
Whitehead.
ball and he finds the ball. You said he could only hit it last start, Laura.
Effectively, that was both
Sixth leg is
first
Conan
and
to throw
last
first.
start. So
Game
still,
on.
I'm going to argue that that could be right.
Don't let the technicalities get in the way of a good story.
100.
The only other player that's done that successfully is Chris Mason. Not that he brings up that 10 dart leg a lot.
100.
Do you know he also won a week?
I have heard. I was with Chris on Saturday. I think it was mentioned. I don't know if I've got enough many fingers to work out how many I'm checking it. But yes,
58.
do know he's won the week.
Oh, some good stuff at the minute is Mace. You know what does it? I had a little look at him in action a couple of weeks
100.
ago when he was down commentating. He had a little bit of a throw, and tell you what, there's some good darts to be had still from Duzza. He's going to be in action at the World Seniors Match
50.
Play at the weekend, which is at the York Barbican, Saturday and Sunday. Tickets are still available. Limited tickets are still available for that one. They'll be broadcast live on the television. And John Henderson is the bookmaker's favourite for his
100.
World Seniors bow.
Conan Whitehead here after that emphatic check out once again. Finding himself in a
100.
little bit of trouble here on throw. Wesley Harms potentially can leave himself on quite a tidy finish from 201. Another one of them would set him up nicely.
100.
See, if it was Whitehead on 101, he'd go bull 1, bull.
99. Wesley, you require 101.
For the match and to condemn Conan to defeat. It's going to be a double 16 to win the match, but it's coming, it's
76.
gone.
Conan, you require 94.
Second match start gone for Wesley Harms. 82 now required, which again will possibly see Conan make good use of the bullseye.
And he knows. Oh, that's plumb in the middle.
78.
And that just reaches the
Wesley,
side
you
of the double
require
16.
25.
And so Harms to win 4-2. That just about scrapes into the single 9. But you
Game,
can't
shot,
find a
and
better
match,
dart at
Wesley
double 8
Harms.
than that. And Wesley Harms has condemned Conan to defeat. And it means that Steve West has the door open for him now. He takes on Colin Osborne after the break. And if he can conjure up a win there, he moves 2 points clear at the top of the table.
So then the two housemates for the week, Steve West and Colin Osborne, go head-to-head next, and Steve West should be inspired by Conan Whitehead's defeat to Wesley Harms in our last match. Can he take advantage here and get the better of Osborne for the third time this week? The Wizard, of course, missed match darts to beat West yesterday, and the table could have looked significantly different had he managed to get over the line in that one. Can West move north to the top of the table with a win here? Let's get back to Laura and Henry to find out.
Thank you very much, Abby. So big game, big moments incoming. And for Steve West, this is the moment where he feels where he can take true authority upon this Group A table.
You know, Abby just mentioned there, obviously, was that the defining moment? Will that inspire Steve West, or will it actually inspire Colin Osborne? Because that win from Wesley Harms just puts him within touching distance again. They're both level on 12 points. And it's going to be between, I personally think, between Colin and Wesley, see who gets that second position in Group B. So I think both of these players could take some inspiration from that last match.
Yeah, big win for Harms that against Whitehead.
140.
Although, I think we're both still smiling from the Conan Whitehead bullseye. That was music to Whitehead's ears.
140.
Back to West, his trademark,
180.
as far as he's concerned. Although he didn't have one, surprisingly enough, in his game against Alan Norris, first up.
45. Stevie require 121.
Steve just having a think about what to go for then.
57.
Didn't have to go for the 121 if it left it on ball. Colin back on 216, but 64 left for Steve West.
83. Stevie require 64.
So this for a 1-0 lead for Steve West. The treble 16 leaves double 8.
48.
I know Colin has this in
133.
his locker in some abundances.
Yeah, not to be on this occasion, but as you say, Henry, Colin can pull out those
59.
really big
Stevie
checkouts
require
at
16.
pivotal times.
Game shot
That's
on the
a
first
pivotal
leg,
double
Steve
4
West.
for Steve West to lead 1-0.
Second leg is Colin to throw first. Game on.
It's hard to put into words how big the Super Series is for players.
85.
We saw the literal tears stream from the face of Conan Whitehead when he picked up the £20,000 cheque in October.
41.
Raymond Smith was straight on a flight as soon as he won within the space of 4 hours. Luke Littler? Just completed it, didn't I?
Twice, mate. Twice.
95.
Yeah. It was like taking Woking from the National League to the Champions League on Football Manager. Alan J. Cartwright
140.
just completed it, mate.
$45.
Well, that was there. Tempting there for Steve West if he can find a big score here. And that's a great start for one. Will we see a second 180 course? We will.
180.
So the 180 leaves him on 140 to break the Osborne throw and to open up a 2-0 lead.
95. Stevie require 140.
Just slips the other side into the treble 5.
40.
There we see that full use of the board that we quite often see from Steve West. Tidies it up and leaves himself on a ton. What will Colin Osborne leave himself on?
123. Stevie require 100.
So looking at tops, pulls it into the 5. So great chance here for Colin
31.
Osborne.
Colin, you
After that
require
good setup shot for
58.
58.
It's tops.
Game
It's
shot
a
in the
level
second
game.
leg,
It's
Colin
one
Osborne.
apiece.
Colin Osborne is
Third
so
leg, it's
dangerous
Steve,
when you
throw
leave
first,
him those,
game on.
especially those 2 dart combination checkouts. Pop, pop. He is just absolutely deadly on those doubles.
100.
Clinicism of the highest extreme. Oh yes, what a start to leg 3 for
180.
Osborne. He has got 9 dart
59.
history here at the Super Series as the Wizard.
May not be a 9, but is this where he makes his move?
140.
Great follow-up from the 180 to leave himself on 181 after 6. This is on the Steve West throw, and Steve West having none of it.
121.
Steve wearing his lucky yellow shirt today.
80.
This is the shirt that's harboured him so much success at the Live Lounge. And I'm not saying that players aren't superstitious, but when he played at Champions Week,
140. Colin,
Steve
you
wore the
require
shirt on the Friday and
101.
then had to get it washed overnight and ready for the Saturday.
I think I know more superstitious players than not.
Game shot on the
Well, that
third
was
leg,
just prodigious
Colin
for
Osborne.
Colin Osborne. A 101 for 12 darter to lead 2-1 and get the break.
Fourth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Don't have to name names. But what's the worst superstition you've
100.
ever heard?
I remember Colin Monk used to go through that period of time where he just refused to wear socks.
180.
Always played at Lakeside, never wore socks. But I don't know, there are some really bizarre ones, including quite often,
140.
wearing a lucky pair of socks or some kind of garment. Using the same toilet to the point that you would wait outside until someone had come out of that toilet because you just want to use the same one.
180.
We're talking about lucky charms. Is a lucky shirt going to strike again for Steve West? The last time he wore this shirt here, he hit a 9 darter against Luke Littler. Is he on for the 9 again?
45. Stevie require 141.
And just a fraction away. Does adjust well, but doesn't help us in
89.
here who are hoping for another 9 darter from Steve West.
West on for 11. If this was Conan Whitehead, he'd go single 2 bull.
29. Stevie require 52.
And this to break straight back
Game
and break
shot on the
straight
fourth
back. He
leg,
does.
Steve
Steve
West.
West and Colin Osborne are now 2 apiece, so we're back on track.
Fifth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Well, he's continuing on the maximum trial.
180.
That is a 5th in 5 legs for Steve West, whose average ticks in excess of 105.
82.
Colin Osborne's remained pretty consistent throughout the match. Shooting at around 92 at the moment, but Steve West has found another gear.
140.
And he's had to. But this is what West does. When someone pulls something big in the fire, he'll find a
87.
answer with some tune.
$28.
Well, that's wrecked his average down from 106 to a real measly, mediocre 103.22.
And surprisingly, we've had such a good level of consistency, but yet to see a 10 plus
140.
average
Stevie
this week.
require
Could
153.
this be the time? Because Steve West is definitely putting a dent in this.
129.
Yeah, that's a superb recovery after the first one went into the treble 5. West will be back to make it 3-2 with Osborne here on 192.
And so leads himself double 12 after
60.
12, and in a game where he
Stevie
knew he
require
could really
24.
take the ascendancy in this group. He is putting in a befitting performance of that as he heads for double 3.
21.
That is not full of glee.
Colin, you require
And Osborne is looking to pop
132.
the cork.
This is a wonderful finish, the champagne shot. One more target ball. Three is not a given.
116.
It's not easy. It's all got a
Stevie
bit messy here for
requires
Steve
3.
West.
As they'd say, Daniel Local can't go no further.
Game shot on the
Doesn't
fifth
need to go
leg,
no
Steve
further.
West.
West is on the hill. He leads 3-2.
Sixth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on. $140.
Time 44 Osborne to kick off leg 6. West pulling his socks up.
85.
The old MVG trick.
$100.
Yeah, this is some solid stuff from Colin Osborne. Looking to force a tiebreaker. Yet to see one this morning.
45.
Seen a plethora of 4-2s. In fact, every game apart from the first has gone by that particular scoreline. And that was Osborne beating Leslie Harms by
140.
4 legs to 1.
Osborne looking to upset that statistic.
140. Colin, you require 121.
Yeah, 121. To once again make it a level match. Doesn't need to go for it. Leaves himself on tops.
Game shot on the sixth leg.
Sublime
Colin
finishing in this
Osborne.
match from Colin Osborne. Give him a chance, and he has taken it. He's 3 from 3, 100% on checkouts. That one there
Seventh
being
and final
his
leg.
highest
It's
of the
Steve
match.
to throw first. Game on.
And a matter of fact, 2 of the 3 legs that Colin Osborne has won in this match has been won in 12 darts. So the legs that he's winning winning
55.
to some tune. And he may need something of a similar scale in this last leg with West on the throw. However, a dry start has opened up the door of opportunity here for the Wizard.
60. $41. $100.
And it
$100.
feels like a case, doesn't it? Who's going to hold it together? Who's going to find that one big score, perhaps, that could completely turn this last leg? Very little between the pair, but
64.
last start saviour there for the Wizard.
$93.
Legs still up in the offing. This visit may well say a lot about the direction of this leg. It may say that Osborne is favourite.
180.
The time to get your second 180 of the match. And Steve West replying kind.
140. Colin, you require 97.
Now it's interesting. Both down to a combination finish Osborne first poke on 97. He's going to get 2 at tops.
Game,
He only
shot,
needs the
and a
1.
match.
And
Colin
Osborne's
Osborne.
finishing was on point. It was point perfect. 4 from 4. Por favor. And Steve West is beaten in leg 7. Osborne with a 99.9 average. And that was despite 5 maximums on Steve West. It feels like the tail of the tape from their Champions Week semi-final. Osborne a 4-3 victor. Coming up after the break, Johnny Haynes in action against Alan Norris as the two cellar dwellers do battle.
Johnny Haynes and Alan Norris completing our second round of fixtures this morning. That victory for Colin Osborne over Steve West in our last match means Alan Norris will spend the remainder of the week in Group C. He cannot catch Osborne in third spot. Steve West unable to take advantage of Whitehead's defeat in the game before. To find out who comes out on top in this one, though, let's get back to Laura and Henry.
Thank you very much, Abby. And so the culmination of the second round of fixtures is upon us, as Chuck takes on the punk, Haynes against Norris. As for Johnny Haynes, it's been a week of fits and starts so far. Lost out earlier on to Conan Whitehead. It felt like a game almost representative of his week to a certain extent. We saw moments of brilliance in the 170, but just not that hardline consistency, which in a group of this calibre and this quality is what you need to be successful.
Absolutely. I think the most consistent result really for Johnny Haynes is that he seems to be able to find a way to beat Conan Whitehead. He's beaten 2 out of 2 times this week, which included a 3-0 comeback. Yeah, as you say, just perhaps hasn't been able to find that form against the rest of the field. And that's why he sat there in 5th position on 8 points, just the 4 wins for him so far over the last 2 days.
100.
As far as what the bookies say, Johnny Haynes closed off the heavy 8-15 favourite to win this match. Alan Norris
90.
11-8. Now that's interesting because the only player Alan Norris has beaten this week is, you guessed it, Johnny Haynes.
100.
2 from 2 in their respective head-to-heads. Norris winning this 4-2 yesterday with a average just a couple of points below 95. Then on Monday, it was a
45.
4-0
Johnny
win
Require,
for
167.
Norris in this fixture. But it's Haynes, first to a finish here. He's got 6 on 167 and is going to need the lot of them.
85. 99. Johnny Require 82.
So that leaves him 57, so 17 for the tops.
Game shot on the first
That's
leg.
really
Johnny
clinical
Haynes.
finishing there from Johnny Haynes. Could this be a case of third time lucky this week
Second
for
leg
Johnny
is Alan to
against
throw
Alan
first.
Norris?
Game on.
If at first you don't
40.
succeed, you try and you try and you try again.
$100.
And of course, there is some darts on the telly this weekend. The World Seniors match play taking place at the
66.
York Barbican. Both these players have been a part of the World Seniors Darts Tour circuit and have been a part of various qualifiers for the TV major events. Either qualified, John Henderson making his debut in those
140.
competitions. All the big names will be there.
80.
And Paul Starr as well. He'll be on MC duties. T-minus 3 days until tungsten time.
Yes.
60. 59.
I wonder if there's any of those second-hand T-shirts still available.
$81.
Johnny Haynes here really in the initiative. Up to 120 after 12.
60. Johnny
And again, this
Require,
is against the
120.
darts, so really does put Johnny in a strong position.
Treble, double. Shanghai
on the
for
second leg,
Haynes.
Johnny
2-0
Haynes.
to Haynes as he looks to get his first win of the week against Alan Norris.
Third leg is Johnny to throw first. Game on.
As you can see, Alan Norris on the drinks table has 3 sets of darts on him.
134.
We've been mentioning this as the week's gone along. He is not afraid to change set mid-match. They're all pretty much the same. It's just different feel of it.
180.
Although I wouldn't change that set right now, Alan.
Absolutely not. Great visit there from Alan Norris. And a
140.
good reply from Johnny there.
$60.
There they are. The variating sets of the Alan Norris darts. I'm going to change them this time. I think the record is 12 changes in a match.
60.
Yeah, as a dart player, you do get frustrated. Did you like to tinker with the equipment? Sometimes it can work, sometimes it doesn't.
140.
I think a lot
Johnny
of it
Require,
depends on
167.
how you look at it, because darts is such a unique sport as Haynes goes to the 167, where some people will not change the setup like Johnny Haynes for a lifetime. And then you got
100. Alan
Peter Wright, who
Require,
can't go 5
121.
minutes without changing the setup.
He's the ball.
96.
Just nudged the
Johnny
wire.
Require 67.
Does open the door here for Johnny Haynes coming back for 67 and a 3-0 win. That single number there, single 2, leaves him on 65. So imagine he'd go for the 15s. Yet does leave the ball himself.
42. Alan, you require
Not quite
25.
pinned as perfectly as that big fish against Conan Whitehead. And so, double 10. Now fives
Game shot on the third
to half the
leg, Alan
deficit and
Norris.
to reduce it to 2-1. And to bring this game back on throw.
Fourth leg is Alan to throw first. Game on. $100.
Yeah, go back to that point you were making about people changing their darts and their setup.
60.
I think that for some people, you know, it's kind of, again, it's a mental thing. It's in your head. You just think, you know, right, they're obviously not working. So I just need to physically change
140.
something in terms of the darts. Sometimes it's just, you know, being human, you just have an off day. But yeah, you do see people, let's say, changing on a very regular basis. And you say with Alan Norris, that's mid-match.
The old Carlos Alcaraz trick.
29.
One that the tennis players, Rafa Nadal, how many rackets he'd have in a bag when he plays. And Alan Norris isn't too far off that, really. It's the same set, just changing it up. Never smashed a racket in his career, though, Rafa Nadal.
No, nice temperament. That's quite good, but still time.
But he actually said he'd never smash a racket on court because it's disrespectful to the kids in the world that cannot afford a tennis racket.
100. Alan, you require 132.
Probably not wrong either, is he really? I know people get frustrated, but privileged positions.
76. Johnny, you require 101.
Well, Haynes can put himself in a privileged position in this match if he can take the 101 out. This would be for the red pen leg.
57. Alan, you
So
require
Norris from 2-0
56.
down and looking a little bit out of this match. Has got an opportunity to level up here if he can find tops.
Game shot on the
Tops
fourth
pinned.
leg, Alan
2-2.
Norris. Fifth leg, it's Johnny to throw first. Game on.
Pair of them just having a little laugh between themselves up on that
81.
stage. It's been a really friendly, jovial week, I think, with the 6 players that we've had here.
100.
Well, a lot of them would have crossed paths with one another on, well, whichever various tours they would have played in over the years. So would have spent a lot of time in each other's company. I
40.
dread to think the amount of hours that Steve West and Colin Osborne have crossed paths with one another.
45.
Wesley and Alan were both kind of prolific on the BDO circuit at the same time as one another. And Johnny Haynes has just been around the game for so many years.
180.
So well liked. And he would have loved that particular
81.
max.
Follows it back up with a treble. Hesitation there, shifting across.
140.
Yeah, worked out well for him. Now down to 60 after 12 with Alan Norris back on 275. And Johnny Haynes averaging just a smidge under 100 on 99.
Johnny, you require 60.
Really has picked it up in this leg.
Can he pick the leg up?
Game shot on the
Yes,
fifth
is
leg.
the answer.
Johnny Haynes.
Tops has been really prolific for Haynes today, and he's a leg away from putting himself
Sixth leg
onto
is
double
Alan to
digits
throw
and leaving
first.
Alan Norris
Game on.
adrift at the bottom of the table.
55.
Don't forget, you can get in contact with us here at the Super Series.
100.
We are at MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. So do send your questions in to us.
60. 55.
Over the hand there from Johnny Haynes. Not happy with the visit. Would like to get everything tied up and not go to a deciding leg.
140.
Alan Chuck Norris has different ideas.
Just hanging in there, isn't he?
140.
But Haynes just keeps firing something back. 98.71 the average for the Swindon man. 3 out of
59.
4 when it's come to the finishing.
$85.
And solid last start, and that visit leaves him on 1-2-1. Johnny Haynes will come back with a potential
99.
finish for the match.
Johnny require 121.
For the match, and to finally find a win over Alan Norris. He's the only player who hasn't beaten Chuck Norris this week.
97. Alan, you require 88.
Although that didn't go, great setup again from Johnny Haynes. But double 14 required and
Range
double
on the
14
sixth leg,
hit by
Alan
Alan Norris.
Norris.
And we are now 3 apiece.
And maybe Norris is going to find a
7th and
hat-trick
final
against
leg.
Haynes.
Johnny to throw first.
But it
Game
is
on.
the punk with the darts in leg 7.
41.
And we've said it, well, obviously Johnny Haynes, very experienced player.
85.
But I do kind of wonder how much it would play on Johnny Haynes' mind that he hasn't yet beat him and once again finds himself in a position where
134.
he was commanding the match for quite some time, but he's now in that position where this is a one-leg shootout.
81.
And it's just completely different in these scenarios. But a big visit here sets him on his way.
140.
Sets him very nicely on his way. Even a ton 40, yes, it
140.
just taps Haynes on the shoulder, but he knows that he's still got 6 starts to get this game done.
And
95.
I look to the heavens. We'll be back for 91. We'll be back. Try and win this match, but Alan Norris will be right behind him.
180. Johnny,
Is it going to be a
require
dead
91.
cat 180, or is it the ultimate scoreboard pressure for Johnny Haynes, who went the bullseye route first on the 91? And so it's going to be treble 16. And now all he can do
51.
is hope
Alan, you
that
require
Norris
15.
can spurn 2 match darts. It's double 4. The kick of the Oki. And the pinning of the
Game,
double
shot, and the
means
match,
that Alan Norris wins the last leg decider against Johnny Haynes by 4 legs to 3. And that is despite Haynes having an average 10 points inferior of Alan Norris. 97 against 87, but well, it was a game where the stats just tell a really, really strange story. But it is Norris who picks up the points in that one, and it means that he's completed a hat-trick of wins against Johnny Haynes, the only player he has beaten so far this week. So 2 rounds down, 6 matches under our belt. Coming up after the break, it is the battle for both Group A and Group B supremacy as West takes on Harps.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Alan Norris has just completed the hat-trick over Johnny Haynes. What on earth has Johnny Haynes done to upset Alan Norris this week?
I have no idea. I really don't. And even then, I think Johnny Haynes lost that match with a 97 average. He was 10 points clear in terms of average over Alan Norris. And Alan Norris just timed everything to perfection and got the result in the end.
Yeah, and still no real idea of who it is going to be that is our first player through to finals night, because it looked as though the advantage was in Steve West's hands when Conan Whitehead lost his second game. We can see here he's loved a bull finish this week, usually at the end of a combo, but today, 50 left, decided to go straight for it, managed to pin it. It really has got him out of trouble. Not on that occasion, though.
No, did lose that match ultimately, but it was a really competitive encounter. I think Conan's just maybe, it's third day, little bit less consistent than what we've seen so far, and maybe thinking of that top spot at the same time as well. It's a massive prize. You go straight into finals week. For the remaining 5 players, they have to come back and play.
Yeah, and at this point in the day, when Wesley Harms managed to pin the double eight to get the victory over Conan Whitehead, we really thought that would be the turning point in Group A, didn't we? And Steve West would just go on, push on from there, really, and take Group A by the horns. But he's not been able to do that, because then he was defeated by a really superb display from Colin Osborne on the outer ring.
Yeah, and I do wonder, we speak about that inspiring Steve West, who could have then jumped up into top spot, but that win for Wesley Harms also then put the pressure on Colin Osborne. If he may not top the table, but he could get close, and more importantly, going forward, he could get a spot in Group B. So I think that win may have tried to inspire both of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Colin Osborne with an average just shy of a ton in that match. He was 4 out of 4 on the outer ring as well. We can have a little look at the league stand-ins with 6 matches played of our 15 today, and it is still Conan Whitehead who tops the table on 16 points, thanks to his superior leg difference over Steve West. I mentioned it at the start of the show. That leg difference could play a really huge part today, couldn't it?
Yeah, I think even from day one, we did say we thought this was going to be a really, really tight table, and it, as you can clearly see, it is quite close up there. Yeah, I think leg difference is going to play a huge part, and potentially a huge part in deciding what groups the rest of the 5 go in as well.
Yeah, absolutely, because when you look at it, Wesley Harms, who's in action next, taking on Steve West, both fighting for very different things at this stage of the day. But if Wesley Harms can get a victory in this one, it puts the pressure on Colin Osborne going into his next match, doesn't it? Steve West, though, how do you think he'll be feeling in this one? Because he'll want to bounce back only after that defeat.
Yeah, absolutely. It was an open goal, wasn't it? He had the opportunity to top the table, didn't quite take it because of the performance he had against him. But again, he's going to want to take the initiative, wants to sit at the top, and then it's all back on Conan's shoulders to try and win his match.
Are you quite surprised with the performance level of Conan Whitehead today? Because normally when he finds himself in this position, when it's a 2-horse race, he normally produces his best stuff to try and put down a marker. Not really done that today, though.
No, not compared to what we've seen for the rest of the week. But I still think, maybe Conan's just warming up into this third day. Fatigue maybe of setting in ever so slightly. It has been 3 full-on days of darts for these players, so maybe it's an element of that. But I think when it comes down to the nitty-gritty and we really do start getting to the business end, that kind of adrenaline will kick in, and we'll probably see a bit of, slightly higher standards from all the players.
Right then, let's get the action back underway, shall we? Wesley Harms taking on Steve West.
Thank you very much, Abby. And so here we go, the race towards the line to see who is going to take the first place through to Saturday evening's finale. So it is Steve West against Wesley Harms to start, and with both players at the top of the table losing out in their last round of fixtures, a win here for Wesley Harms would make things very, very interesting indeed. Now, West goes off as the 8-13 favourite to win this game, and Wesley Harms is in at 6-5 outside dog. But if Harms can win this one, Whitehead West 16, Osborne Harms 14, and suddenly the cats can be thrown amongst the proverbial pigeons.
$41.
In terms of meetings between the pair this week, West won yesterday's encounter by 4 legs to 2, averaging 93.68, hitting 4 maximums in the process. but missed 10 darts a double in that particular match. And then when it came to Monday's affair,
100.
it was another 4-2 win for Steve West. This time averaging 92.45 and 4 from 13 on the double. So what the indicator has been
100.
from the two meetings this week, Laura, is West's scoring power has been able to afford him more opportunities when it's come to the outer ring.
Yeah, totally agree. I think
40.
West has demonstrated the skills that gave him that 9 darter here not so long ago. Imagine if he could bring the two together, if he could just tie
140.
that power scoring with the finishing of that we saw from Colin Osborne earlier. 100% 4 from 4 for Colin Osborne. Wow, that would be some combination.
140.
It's what everybody
Steve
dreams of.
Require,
Absolutely.
121.
If you could bottle this and this, yeah, make $1 million.
37.
Oh, that's unlucky. Clattered off the barrel of the first dart. And so Harms will be praying for 140 here. It's not going to happen. Ton leaves him handy
100.
enough. West
Steve
looking to
Require,
break on 84. And he's going to get 2 in his hand.
Game shot.
But he only needs the 1 at
Steve
double
West.
12. And that's 14 darts Steve West needed to accrue the breaker throw to lead 1-0.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
So it really does feel like a bit of a cat and mouse with Steve West and Conan Whitehead, because a win here for Steve would then put him at the top of the
140.
table. It would be Conan chasing down Steve West.
It may all be about game 10.
60.
When West takes on Whitehead, that could be the separator. That could be the decider.
81.
That's quite a nice way to decide it, because your fate is in your hands against the opponent. That it's the same for both player. You don't want to have to rely on other people getting
140.
results. You want to be able to be, to do it yourself. And the only way to do that is to win every game. But that's a tough ask when you see the caliber of player we've got here this week.
140.
Great for us, the viewer.
Yeah, absolutely.
$140.
So Harms
Steve
leaving
Require,
himself first to
140.
leaving himself to a finish, but it's West with the first poke of the 140, which isn't going to go on this particular occasion.
43. Wesley Require.
Again, another
161.
clattering and deflection, but this time it stays in the board.
$99. Stevie Require, 97.
97 here for West. Not going to go, so Wesley Harms could potentially break
38. Wesley
straight
Require,
back here.
62.
Require 62. Just in the 10, so 20. But double 16.
46. Stevie Require,
was
59.
close.
So close, but is it going to be so far? Because West stares down double 10 for
49.
2-0, but 2 darts have come and gone,
Wesley
and so
Require, 16.
Harms for the break back.
$12. Stevie Require, 10.
Here. Bit of a shout there from Harms. Disappointed, obviously.
5.
West also unable to find it.
Wesley Require, 4.
And so is 2's going to lose. Up to the Madhouse.
Game shot on the second
And
leg.
the Madhouse
Wesley
comes up a
Harms.
trumps for Wesley Harms, and back we are level at 1 apiece. West will be raging with himself
Third
the
leg
fact
is
that he's
Wesley
not
to throw
2-0 to the
first.
good.
Game on.
He should feel he should be 2 to the good. I think the grimace in the background says exactly that.
You do all that hard work, you break the throw, you come out the traps, you lay down your marker, whatever you want to call it,
180.
and then you can't follow it up. And now your opponent's just kicked off a 180. Sometimes it just doesn't go your way, and it doesn't feel like it goes your way.
125.
Players 1 from 6 when it comes to their particular doubling stats.
81.
Now, one thing we haven't seen from Steve West in this game so far is a maximum.
Yeah,
80.
considering maybe he used them all up in his match against Colin Osborne. Did hit 5, although it didn't actually serve him any good in the end because Colin Osborne ran out the 4-3 winner in that match.
100.
Scores for show. Doubles for the dough, and £5,000 is the top prize they're playing for on Saturday night.
140. Wesley require 140.
And that coveted place at Champions Week, which Harms so nearly found last time he was here. And he so nearly finds the 140, but he squares
Stevie
up for
require
tops after 12.
156. $140.
The chance
Wesley
here for
require
Harms
40.
to push into the lead for the first time this match. Needs 40,
Game
gets
shot on
40.
the third leg. Wesley
Now we're at
Harms.
2-1, Wesley Harms.
And so the Dutchman halfway towards the finishing post of a
Fourth leg, it's
13
Steve
dart
to throw
leg.
First, game on. $60.
Well, that last one just straggling its way in.
$60.
Well, we said how long was it going to be until West gets a
180.
max, and there is your emphatic answer.
Will Wesley be hitting back with one of his own? He will indeed.
180.
We may be beginning to cook on gas here.
100. $121. Stevie require
Unfortunate deflection there
161.
for Wesley Harms on that second dart, but good recovery. Just need to know what can Steve West leave off
90.
161,
Wesley
71.
require 140.
Where's Harms with the chance here for a 140?
Love a solid ton now. He's going to go big.
100.
Head
Stevie
upstairs,
require
head for cover.
71.
West 71 for 2-2. And so the equation's simple now. Well, the equation's impossible now. He's missed 2 big numbers, Steve West.
47. Wesley require 40.
And so this is an unlikely opportunity for 3-1.
Game shot on the fourth
And Harms
leg.
gets the
Wesley
break.
Harms.
And now throws for the match. And this will be music to the ears of Conan Whitehead, who will be looking at this in the practice room, who's taking on Alan Norris next.
Fifth leg is
And he
Wesley
may
to
well
throw
see his
first.
bitter
Game
rival
on.
at the top of the table be deposed. And Sparky may spark West out.
140.
I think after that, the way that Steve West started, 14 dart leg opener. Now Wesley Harms has reeled off 3 consecutive legs to go within 1.
140.
Been a high quality game. The averages are reflective of that particular statistic, 96 apiece. But realistically, it all
60.
boils down to this. 1 out of 6 on the doubles for Steve West. And he hasn't had a double since the second leg of this match.
And it very much reverts back to what you were saying at the
55.
opener of this game. Steve West has been hitting big and giving himself enough opportunities to get the doubles. He needs to work on that, his finishing, get that percentage up. Wesley Harms has
60.
been right behind him when he's missed and not allowed him enough opportunities.
So defeat here would open proceedings up for Conan Whitehead, because
139.
victory against Alan Norris would mean that he'd move on to 18 points, 2 clear of West and then 4 clear of Osborne, who takes on Johnny Haynes in the final game of this particular round.
100. Stevie
There's a
require
possibility that
167.
Osborne could sneak up through the rearview mirror here, as West was looking for the 167.
139.
Might have been a match saver,
Wesley require 141.
because Harms wants 141 for the match. He wants treble 19. It's not going to go.
89. Stevie require 28.
28 for Steve West. This could get messy.
14.
And just
Wesley,
not able
you
to convert.
require
1 for 9
52.
now for Steve West as Wesley Harms comes back for 52.
He comes back for double 16. And now double 8.
Game,
To get the
shot,
better
and a match,
of
Wesley
Steve West and
Harms.
to move him on to 14 points in the group. And as far as Steve West is concerned, his Group A hopes are heading south. 2 consecutive defeats, this time to Wesley Harms by 4 legs to 1. That despite a 95 average, but it was the 1 from 9 on the checkouts which ultimately came to cost him in the end. So Harms a 4-1 victor, and it opens up the door for Conan Whitehead. The Barbarian can move 2 points clear with West his next opponent if he can get the better of Adam Norris after this short break.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon. Well, Wesley Harms was plagued by inconsistency yesterday, but he is causing all sorts of mayhem for the players battling it out at the top of the table today. Having already beaten Whitehead, he is now downed West, and it's advantage Conan yet again. He can move 2 points clear of West ahead of their meeting in the next round of fixtures with a win here. Can he do just that? Let's find out in the company of Henry and Laura.
Thank you very much, Abby. And so, massive moments for Conan Whitehead here against Alan Chuck Norris. They're going to be Conan who can chuck himself into top spot against Chuck.
First leg.
Whereas Alan got another
first.
spring in the tail. Well, as far as the odds compilers are concerned, they have Conan Whitehead on as the very heavy 2-9 favourite. Alan Norris, big outsider, 3-1 in a 2-horse race.
Yeah, that's
137.
Quite reflective, probably, of how their campaigns have gone so far this week. Alan Norris now has racked up 3 wins, but all 3 of them coming at the expense of
100.
Johnny Haynes. I don't know. Whitehead has, I wouldn't say dominated proceedings, had the potential to, especially after the way he performed day 1.
40.
Steve West that topped the table after day 1. Day 2, it was Conan, and currently still Conan Whitehead leads this group and is on course for a place in Champions Week.
140.
A place where he has been successful before. Mentioned it on Monday, Conan White is the only champion here who had to take 2 appearances
70.
to qualify through the Champions Week. He failed early on in the series in Southampton and then returned in Portsmouth in week 8. Won that particular week. He won Champions
100.
Week. Raymond Smith won at the first time of asking, as did Luke Littler on the 2 occasions that he won. And of course now the second chances for players are becoming fewer and far between. And so maybe it might be a one-off stat.
Say with the inclusion of ADC Europe players, ADC
36.
Europe player here at the moment, Wesley Harms, who sat 4th on the table.
120.
Just got different routes for players to get to the MODUS Super Series. But tops here for Norris.
100. Conan, you require 40.
Probably a sigh of relief there for Conan Whitehead.
Because he knows everything now is amplified. This double 5 is
30.
amplified. The miss will be amplified.
Alan, you require 20. Game shot on the first leg.
No
Alan
messing there
Norris.
from Alan Norris. Takes an early breaker throw against Conan Whitehead. And you wonder, in the same way that Steve West almost had this open opportunity
Second leg
because
is Alan to
Conan
throw
lost
first.
in the
Game
last
on.
last round of matches. Look what Steve West just lost, and Conan's got the same opportunity.
140.
Well, Steve West will be hoping that Alan Norris is his
140.
Chuck brother, because it means that the group ascendancy comes on to me and then to you.
You did not just say that.
97.
Tell us day 3, can't you?
100.
Paul Nicholson can't come back in this commentary box for the sake of sanity quick enough. Who's going to have that Chuck vision at the end of the day as Norris piles in a max?
180. $97. Alan, you require 84.
For 2-0. And significantly against the run of play. But Norris is
Game
finding
shot
his
on the
best
second
darts of the
leg, Alan
week.
Norris.
That's an 11. He's averaging 111.
Third leg
Over
is
to
Conan
you
throw
now, Conan
first.
Whitehead.
Game on. 113.
Yeah, good switch there from Conan Whitehead. As you say, Alan Norris
99.
looks like a man on a mission.
Has that win just breeded a bit of confidence in Alan Norris? Remember, he was the 3-1 outsider with the odds compilers before this game got underway. I'd imagine in running, he is a much shorter price now. In fact, he's the favourite now at 8 to 11. Conan Whitehead can be found at even money. And Conan himself is averaging 98.
100.
He's had full darts himself to pick something up, but Alan here is playing like prime Norris,
92.
the one that made
Conan
Lakeside
Uruguay,
finals.
48.
Yes, Conan Whitehead just takes a step back, looks up. Just pointing first darts. So gives Alan Norris a poke at this
41.
170. He
Alan
has hit
Uruguay,
a
170.
160 this week. And we have seen a couple of 170s. Alan Norris joined that group. Can't. So what can he leave?
58. Conan Uruguay, 107.
Something still in the range of ton plus. Well, there's still a possibility here. Well, we know what's going to happen now.
82.
Oh, it's a rare miss at the bullseye for Conan.
Alan Uruguay, 112.
That grimace from Norris.
54. Conan Uruguay, 25.
This was big for Conan. Leaves himself on double 8. Double 4.
Game shot on
And
the
this
third
time
leg.
Conan Whitehead does make sure. We are now sat here at 2-1.
Huge leg
Fourth
ahead
leg is Alan to
for
throw
Alan
first.
Norris.
Game on.
So Alan dipped off a little bit in that leg, but not really. Still averaging 103. Again,
45.
we have seen it from Alan where he comes out. He can be very strong in the first couple of legs and then just kind of tails off after a few legs. And Whitehead will probably be hoping that the same thing happens here, but impressive from Alan so far.
And one thing we know Conan has in an
95.
abundance is gears that he can go through and find as a game goes along. And it'll be interesting if the pair meet in a bit of an equilibrium at some point in this match.
100.
Because you sense if we get to that point, Conan would then have the ascendancy.
95. $100.
That looked inviting.
140.
And a fourth 140 there from Conan Whitehead.
100.
Well, Norris's first 2 an out shot, but Whitehead can leave it much more handier for 2-2.
139.
Handy, he is going to lay it.
Alan Uruguay, 156.
As handy can be. And he's going to get a go to turn this game on its head.
116. Conan Uruguay, 32.
Yeah, good set up there from Norris, but can Conan finish off this leg? He can.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Conan
Now it's at
Whitehead.
2 apiece. They're 2-0 down. You did worry for Conan, but as you say, he's got gears. He can find a way
Fifth leg
through.
is Conan to throw first. Game on.
And are they just beginning to meet at that equilibrium that we were talking about?
$140. $45.
Got a bit of a lunge there from Alan.
I need a chiropractor after that dart.
Very Richie Burnett-esque.
56.
I don't know whether you saw after the UK Open people tweeting Richie Burnett
81.
petitions to put him on Dancing on Ice or Strictly Come Dancing.
Sometimes when you do freeze frame one of his throws, he
56.
does look very a contortionist almost. It might, yeah.
60.
Burnett, the darting ballerina.
$100.
And Whitehead is just beginning to take this game away from Norris somewhat.
Yeah, the early dominance, the early accuracy of Alan Norris.
30. Conan, you require
Just deserted him
149.
at the moment. Conan Whitehead looking for 57, which leaves him 32.
133.
Just inside. But this week, as far as Conan's concerned, if the 16s haven't gone, the 8s have usually come to his aid.
140. Conan, you require 16.
And this is a big dart at 8s.
Game shot.
And it is found.
Conan Whitehead.
And it is 3-2. And he is a leg away from putting himself in a position where Conan would be in command.
First. Game on.
3 consecutive legs there. 3 legs on the spin for Conan Whitehead.
140.
And it's amazing, although it's that short race to 4, it still amazes me how quickly these matches can change on a pinhead.
140.
Well, this would be the circumstance if Conan won. He'd move on to 18 points after 13 games to clear of Steve West. And it would effectively mean it's as simple as this. Game 10 between Steve West and Conan Whitehead. We wouldn't need to get the abacus out, because if Conan beat Steve, then that would be that. Conan Whitehead is a qualifier for Saturday night's final. And then we're just looking at who between Osborne and Harms, and potentially West could be sucked back into that race, who would take the 2 Group B positions on Thursday and Friday evening respectively. And the players that will join them on Thursday and Friday are Richard North, Scott Walters and Dan Reed. Whilst in Group C, it is Ben Payne, Scott Campbell and Willie Borland.
95. Conan, you require 138.
So we'll stay there. Would have left him a dart at 99.
$83. Alan, you require 74.
Well, this is to send us all the way. This is tops.
54.
And that's a big miss for Norris, and he knows.
55.
Yeah, that early accuracy. Deserted Alan Norris right at the end there.
Game shot.
And tops for Conan puts him in a position of high authority in the group. He moves on to 18 points. He moves clear at the summit and moves closer towards Saturday night's final. Beating Alan Norris by a 4-2 scoreline. The pair share a joke on the stage. A game played in a real jovial spirit. But in terms of the action we saw on the hockey, Norris raced into a 2-0 lead in next to no time at all. But a real spurt from Whitehead towards the line saw him win 4 on the spin with an average of just under 95.5. Coming up after the break, Colin Osborne and Johnny Haynes will complete round 3.
So then Conan Whitehead has now stolen a march at the top of the Group A table. He's out on 18 points, and with Steve West defeated in his last 2 outings, Colin Osborne now has the opportunity to leapfrog West and move up to second if he can get the better of Haynes here. And you have to say, the Wizard has been the standout performer of the day so far. What can he produce in this one? Let's return to our commentary team to find out.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abby. Yeah, Colin Osborne definitely has been the standout today. Wonderful checkout percentage, 100% in his last match. But also highest average, 99.9. We were asking for a ton, just 1 or 2 darts off that. But in the context of everything, really put him back in the mix, that third on the table.
Colin to throw first.
Could potentially push for a top spot. Results would have to go his way, but he is still in that mix of players. Johnny Haynes has upset the apple cart a couple of times. Really slow start to the week. Made up for it yesterday and has got a win under his belt today. Still think if Colin Osborne can find anywhere near how he played before, then this is potentially another one that will go all Colin's way.
But the thing is, Johnny Haynes is one of those players on any given day can do anything. He qualified for the WDF World Championship last year, and he qualified by winning the last chance saloon qualifier, which tells you on any given day he can do something special. And
100.
He ran the #1 seed for that competition, Brian Raman, quite close.
100.
Yeah, those last chance qualifiers, absolutely brutal. Played and won myself a few years ago. Very last match. Level game. Lost out on the last leg. It's tough. It hurts. It still hurts now.
Psychiatrist couch.
100.
I suppose if we had one of those last chance saloon qualifiers for this, I suppose we'd just have to put the name Paul Hogan in, wouldn't we?
Yeah, he's a prolific player. Qualifies for the UK Opens. Qualified for Lakeside through the qualifiers on a few occasions as well.
The amateur professional. And this is the ultimate avenue now for amateur players to ply their trade.
140. Colin,
Osborne has been here from, well, very much the start. It has given him a real rejuvenation, hasn't it, really, in his career.
65.
Needs tops.
Game shot on the first
That's
leg.
an early break and throw for Johnny Haynes.
And is Johnny Haynes going to cause
Second leg is Johnny
a
to
couple
throw
of
first.
issues again? We said he's a type of player that when you play in this scenario can just be so awkward because
60.
we know that he can provide this level at any moment, but we don't know when sometimes we're going to see this type of level from Johnny Haynes.
100. $60. $55.
Colin will want to get this back on track ASAP. At the moment, it is very much advantage Johnny Haynes.
60.
A slow start to his second leg on throw for Haynes has opened up the door for Osborne somewhat.
95. $180.
And the way that first start landed, the positivity in the Haynes throw, I was going to call it beforehand, but I thought if I did, it wouldn't happen. So just let it run.
You spent enough time in this commentary box to know that now.
Johnny require 141.
141 for Haynes. Not to go, and so Osborne looking for 151 to level up.
130.
And he's going to have
Colin,
to take it out, you feel.
151.
There's the first. Cannot find the treble 17, so
68.
we only hope Johnny Haynes
Johnny, you
misses this
require
11. We know Johnny Haynes does like double 4, so looking at 3,
No
but goes in the
score.
17.
Colin, you require 83.
Don't miss the big number.
I think it matters how much we shout that. It happens. And it's happened with some regularity for some players.
58.
The ball's been hit
Johnny,
with
you require
regularity, but
11.
not for Colin Osborne there. And so take 2. Well, that was the biggest of big threes. That's
Game
the
shot on the
doublest
second
of double
leg, Johnny
fours to double the
Haynes.
Haynes lead. 2-0.
Third leg is Colin to throw first. Game on. $140.
Solid start there for Osborne.
45.
Haynes not quite able to respond. Don't panic too much. This is on the Osborne throw.
140.
See, this is the thing. When you got a player who's playing on the World Seniors Tour, we don't let them get away with anything in terms of an experience.
99.
The averages today for Colin Osborne kicked off with kicked off the day for us with that 4-1 win over Wesley Harms with a 93 average. Then we saw him take on
100.
West, and he won 4-3 with a 99.9 average. Around that at the moment, but obviously trailing. Looking around the 94 mark for Colin
100.
Osborne.
Colin, you require 121.
Most of that courtesy of this leg. Absolutely outstanding.
And then until the
31.
first start of that particular
I
visit.
just said, why do I speak? Why am I doing this? Every time I call something, the opposite happens.
Almost Jose Mourinho-esque. If I
40.
speak, I am in trouble.
Colin, you
Big,
require
big
90.
trouble. Haynes could be in trouble in this leg. Started off on the bull. And so the single 10, he may be tempted to go tops here.
$50.
Opted for the treble. I do find some of the kind of old school players, they do go those more traditional routes, treble 20, 10, whereas quite a lot of other players, you've got Steve West, you know, Conan
99.
Whitehead, they will go
Colin, you
double.
require
I mean, it's a
40.
bigger target, but you do run that risk of throwing it out of the board and scoring absolutely
Game
nothing.
shot on the third leg. Colin
That was
Osborne.
certainly not out of the board, and that certainly wasn't nothing. That is the first leg on the board there for Colin Osborne.
Fourth leg is Johnny to throw
Now Colin
first.
Osborne will need to
Game
find a
on.
breaker throw.
Yeah, Johnny Haynes isn't going to panic here. Having the darts in the fourth to re-establish the cushion at 3-1.
96.
And you just feel, see, he's going to be lively. And the fact that every player will go back to 0 points, the mentality completely changes. I often say, as a rule of thumb here at the Super Series, if you don't win Group A,
60.
you have to treat it as an irrelevance, because the 3 players that are coming into your group, whether it's Group B or whether it's Group C, they're coming in with no previous scar tissue. They're coming
84.
into this as a new competition. And you've got to treat it the same way, because you don't get on minus points because you got dumped out of Group A. Every player is on 0 points. And so you have to treat it as the end of one competition. That's been and gone.
60.
Stop worrying about that. It's a new competition. Begin from that blank canvas, begin from 0, and start charging again.
180.
about charging there. Johnny Haynes charging into his second 180 of this match, leaving himself again on 141.
140. Johnny, you require 141.
Needs 24. Just pulls it inside, but
129.
no real damage done with Colin Osborne back on 241 after 9.
However, how much pressure is going to be applied?
95.
Following the first one, look, there was going to be
Johnny, you require
loads.
12.
This for 3-1.
Six.
And
Colin,
that
you
was
require
probably
146.
the worst last dart that Johnny Haynes could have had. Double three is not a nice double if you go directly for it. But here comes Colin Osborne, 146. Johnny Haynes is one of those players that if he doesn't like a
98.
double, he will opt to split
requires
it. So
6.
potentially wouldn't surprise me if he does go 2 for double 2.
Game shot on the 4th leg, Johnny Haynes.
Well, the double 2 wasn't found after the split, but the Madhouse was a hit, and Haynes leads 3-1.
5th leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
And the breakdowns work.
Yeah, I've seen him done it a few times. I mean, we know he favours double 4, so if he leaves 10, I've seen him go 2 for double 4,
43.
and quite often that works.
And I suppose in those scenarios, if you're going to do it, be headstrong about it, because we often then see players that will
59.
toy with the idea of splitting and then miss the original big number target.
Yeah, a lot of these players, I mean, as we've alluded to already, they play so many darts that they will have these ways in their head. And
100.
like I say, I just think with Johnny Haynes, he will opt to split if he doesn't particularly like a double. And I'll be honest, I don't know very many people that like double 3.
100.
Pierce, I don't think big Wesley Plaisir is a big fan of double 3.
100. $135.
Don't win a world championship on double 3. Don't know why that's entered my mind, but I have a feeling he did.
100.
I've been reliably informed that he did.
Yeah, I was just thinking.
Spent enough time in his company for him to tell me.
137.
Well, yes,
Colin, you
that's true
require
enough.
158.
I mean, ultimately, no one minds a double as long as it goes in. Colin Osborne not able to reach the double on this occasion. So Johnny Haynes is now coming
Johnny
back for
requires 70.
shot at 70 for the match.
And so the treble 18 leaves double 8
Game,
for
shot,
Haynes to
and a
win
match,
by
Johnny
4
Haynes.
legs to 1. Now that moves him on to 10 points in the group. It keeps Osborne landlocked on 14. And so him and Harms in a race for Group B, where they couldn't be any closer tied. But coming up after the break, huge game for Conan Whitehead, because a win would put him on to 20 points in the group. It would then become an insurmountable task for Steve West to catch him. That's coming up next.
So then, this is it. This is the match we have had our eye on since we got underway this morning, and its significance has only grown over the course of the day. If Conan Whitehead wins, he will be our first player through to finals night. He'll move on to 20 points, and nobody will be able to catch him. If West wins, he'll remain in second spot for now, but will draw himself level on points with the Barbarian, and it would all come down to our final round of fixtures. Really looking forward to this one, so let's watch the action unfold in the company of Laura and Henry.
Thank you so much, Abby. And so the scenario is as simple as this. A Whitehead win, and he is in. The former champion of champions here will be back through to the Saturday night occasion up against a man who has set his eye and set his goal on being the ultimate champ here. He's played at Champions Week a couple of times before and may well have to go back through the Group B route. He's going to return to Saturday night. But if West can win, the grandstand final round. And Whitehead takes on Osborne, and West
First
would
leg,
take on
Steve to
Haynes.
throw first. Game on.
It is Steve West who has the darts in this all-important 10th match.
30.
Could that prove significant? Not the start there that Steve West was looking for.
Now the odds compilers in this oh-so-crucial
134.
game have Steve West off as the 8-11 favourite. Conan Whitehead, the even money outsider.
120.
And West was a matter of a barrel away from the game's first max. You actually saw in the introduction to that game, West hit a max in practice. And usually practice makes perfect. And that's a perfect visit for
180.
Whitehead.
$45. $57. $42. Conan, you require 130.
Conan's been a bit inconsistent today. Little Fish still on, needs to find the treble. Can't, so just looking to set it up. But this looks like Conan is
58.
coming out, all guns blazing. He knows the significance, as will Steve West. Just not able to keep them straight at the moment.
85.
It
Conan,
feels
you
like in
require
this first leg, the
72.
pair of ships passing in the night, and Conan Whitehead may well be sailing towards the finishing line if these levels are to be
52.
replicated as the game goes on.
Yeah, nice nautical theme, as we are based here down on the south coast in Portsmouth.
59. Conan, you require 20. Game shot on the
Double
first
10
leg.
is found for
Conan
Whitehead to break the throw-in lead 1-0.
Second leg is Conan to throw first. Game on. $100.
Conan
100.
Whitehead just tends to know when the big games are, doesn't he? And finds a way. Conan could be very clutch when he needs to be.
140.
And maybe this is another typified example of that.
You know, when we were talking to Abby earlier,
140.
it's exactly the same thing. I think when it comes to the nitty-gritty, the business end of things, then you will see a rise in standards.
140.
Conan pins his second 140 of the match, down to 121 after 9.
41.
West seemingly
Conan,
has
you require
nothing in
121.
way of reply. As the gas tank just began to reach empty here for Steve West. He lost to have a 95 average against Wesley Harms, but he is 2 defeats from 2. Lost last couple of games with 95
93.
averages, but it's been a slow start here. But credit to Whitehead, who has left a double after 12 to lead 2-0.
60. Conan, you require 28. Game shot on the second leg. Conan Whitehead.
Conan there, deadly on the outer ring.
Third leg is Steve to throw first. Game on.
Real disparity in the averages, which is shown in the 2-0 lead for Conan Whitehead. Conan now just a smidge over 103.5 on the
100.
average.
$60.
Good find with the last dart there.
Yeah, much more steady from Steve West, but will steady be enough?
41.
Conan sometimes does have a tendency to just
140.
drift off slightly in the middle of a match as Steve West finds a 140.
And both of these players are very similar because they both got this enigmatic
128
flair about
Steve
them
required,
that at any moment they
161.
can just switch on and light the blue touch paper up, which is why it wouldn't have surprised you if West took out the 161. But by the same
64.
token, that enigmatic flair can lead to the odd diffusers. I think Conan's just dropped a sticker to the floor.
$105. Steve, you require
Yeah, good ball
97.
management there from Conan Whitehead. Yeah, West opting for the
20.
double route
Conan,
there.
you require 167.
Well, that would have been a game-changing, group-changing moment if Whitehead could have found the
41.
167, but you can hear
Steve,
the
you
groan
require
of Co
77.
as West comes back to half the arrears. It's double 10 for 2-1.
Game
And
shot on the
West
third
is
leg,
still
Steve
in amongst
West.
the battle, but Whitehead has the darts here to re-establish that two-leg cushion and to put himself
Fourth
a
leg
leg
is
away
Conan
from
to throw
Saturday
first.
night.
Game on. $100.
Managed to squeeze one in the treble 20 bed.
100. $140.
But also, Conan would be of that frame of mind where he knew that previous leg was on the West darts, and because he did the hard work in the first leg,
60.
all he has to do is hold, and he is home and hosed. And it looks as if that's the case in this leg.
Yeah, it's
100.
so easy to say and theoretically completely right. Conan is one of those players as well. You know, he wouldn't have been too busted by that last leg. And because he's bounced back in this
60.
in this
Conan, you
fourth leg,
require
should
161.
be quite a comfortable hold for him here.
And we know that that would have gone as well. You've had the first two Chelsea would have gone for the ball and probably would have got the ball.
45.
Yeah, most players do tend to tee up, not Conan. Got the shot at the ball. He's very confident at that target. And rightly so.
100. Conan, you require 116.
We'll stay there. He can't find the treble. And potentially, the door could be left ajar for Steve West if he can find a big score here, just to par the pressure upon Whitehead.
28.
Very much so now, because he's only left himself on 88. If West can find at least a ton here, this leg changes possibly on a pinhead.
105. Conan, you require 88.
Yeah, good switch there. Leaves himself a two-dart checkout.
Game shot.
But
the
it was
fourth
all
leg,
academic because Conan
Whitehead.
Whitehead nails that. Now just one leg for Conan Whitehead
Fifth leg,
required
it's Steve to throw
guarantee
first.
he finishes
Game
top
on.
of Group A.
Whitehead a leg away, and West with a nod of acknowledgement. But it's not a knock of surrender.
140. 100. 135.
That little roar there from Steve West. And that's the one thing I like about Steve West. He
93.
does really, he grinds out results. He really sticks into matches. And although he's behind, he's really trying to find a way and taking a step back, looking at what he's got left. 106 required.
125.
Sometimes I think with rhythmical players like Steve West, the pause can upset the rhythm.
138. Steve, you require 101.
They're both very similar in that respect. Now, Conan Whitehead has
61.
hit 2 of these so
Conan,
far
you
this
require
week. He's also had 1 hit
170.
against him. Can he qualify with the fish? No is the answer.
59. Steve, you require 40.
So to go back within a leg. Now looking at double 10 or double 5.
30. Conan, you require 111.
The Nelson for Conan for Saturday night. He's gonna get a dart at qualification at double 16,
95.
but it goes inside.
Steve, you require 10. Game shot on the 5th leg. Steve
Yeah,
West.
no problem this time round for Steve West as he goes back within 1 leg of Conan Whitehead. But Conan now will have the
6th
throw.
leg is Conan to throw first. Game on.
And you feel this is pretty much all in Conan's hands. See, Steve West still massive part that he's playing in this match, but when Conan's got the throw, if he can play like we saw in those opening 2 legs, we're going to need to see potentially another 9 from Steve.
121.
Well, this would have been the leg that Conan would have targeted, the 1 on throw, the opportunity he gets with the darts in his hands to complete the job.
120.
And of all the times for a bounce out, that is the worst one for Steve West. All bounce outs are as bad as each other, but sometimes some are bad as others.
140. 60.
Yeah, surprised he didn't switch there. First 2 darts blocking the target for Steve West.
100.
Oh, and that, in the context of this match, is a massive dart there from Conan Whitehead. Leaves himself on 140 after 9 darts.
100. Conan, you require 140.
6 darts for qualification.
And he will need all 6. What can he leave on?
80.
60 left for Whitehead to send himself into Saturday night. The former champion looking to return to his
60.
perch.
Conan, you require 60.
And he could be at the top of the tungsten tree, but he's missed a big number. And so it's going to be double 18.
24.
That's another
Steve, you
qualification
require
dart that's come and gone.
161.
Outside chance here for Steve West. And it's just not going Steve's way.
21.
With 21 points. So Conan back with match darts.
Well, this
Conan,
has
you
been
require
some battle
36.
for Group A supremacy. And he's gone down very close to the wire.
Game,
But it will
shot,
be
and a
Conan
match.
that is
Conan
the
Whitehead.
barbarian of Group A and will be the first player through to Saturday night's final as he deposes of Steve West by 4 legs to 2. And look at the flicker of emotion there from Whitehead because he knows that he's going to be returning in a couple of days' time the former champion, looking to return to Champions Week, and he is a step away from doing exactly that. He beats Steve West. He beats the rest of the field to qualify through to the finale. And coming up after the break, Johnny Haynes and Wesley Harms.
Welcome back to the Super Series, where Conan Whitehead has just booked his spot in finals night by defeating Steve West. For Wesley Harms, in our next match, he'll move up into a Group B spot if he can get the better of Johnny Haynes in this one. And there's a chance Steve West could miss out on a Group B spot. Quite remarkable, really, when you have a look at the league standings. Of course, Colin Osborne and Wesley Harms yet to play their penultimate matches. Harms came out on top when these two players met on Monday. Haynes the victor by 4-2 yesterday. Both players missing a whole host of darts at the outer ring in that one. So to guide you through all the action in match 11 of 15, let's get back to Laura and Henry.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abby. And so it is congrats to Conan, who qualified through to Saturday night's finale. He is the first man
leg
there.
Is Johnny to throw first. Game on.
And the question is, how does the rest of the week break up? Who goes where? Those are the questions we're going to be explaining the answers
100
to in the next 5 games. Haynes v Harms kicks off that run to the line now.
60. 81.
Game 11 of 15 here today.
That defeat that Johnny Haynes had
60.
over Colin Osborne just a couple of games ago means that Colin Osborne is at level on points with Wesley Harms, but just 2 points off of Steve West, who's not having his best day
100.
when it's probably needed the most. There is potential here, isn't there, that Wesley and Colin could actually oust Steve from that second and third spot.
60.
I know anything can happen still.
This is what makes this format so crazy. Just when you think West is in for the chance of winning the group, he may not even be in Group B.
140.
But Haynes here getting off to a real good start.
140. Johnny, you require 80.
Needs tops.
60.
Just pulled under, but will be coming back.
$81. Johnny, you require 20.
So double 10 for Haynes to
Game
take
shot on
the
first
opening leg
Johnny Haynes.
in the space of 16. And Johnny Haynes' best friend now is Colin Osborne, because Haynes'
Second
last
leg is
two
Wesley to
fixtures
throw first.
are
Game
against
on.
Wesley and Steve. Haynes wins both of them. Osborne's in a handy position, but of course Haynes himself can still get to 14.
100. $81.
Nice adjustment there from Johnny Haynes, tracking down that treble 20.
100. $135.
Arms produced one of his best performances earlier on today when he defeated West 4-1 with a 92 average.
60.
10 points off that average at the moment, but there's time. It's still early on in the match.
Still plenty of time to go,
85.
that's for sure.
$100.
Harms leaving himself on 141 to level this game up at one apiece.
80.
So
Wesley
Harms
require
take this out.
141.
In the first day, really did spark him into life. Not going to happen on this occasion. So, chance here for an early break for Johnny Haynes.
100. Johnny, you require
Johnny
120.
Haynes has been quite dangerous on tops.
Taking this finish out today against Alan Norris. Is it going to be a case of deja vu?
100. Wesley require 41.
Almost, but a sigh of relief here for Wesley Harms as he comes back for 41. Needs double 16 now.
Game shot on the second leg.
Great
Wesley
adjustment there from
Harms.
Wesley Harms, who levels the match at one apiece.
So levels your
Third leg is
Devils
Johnny to throw
1-1
first.
in game
Game on.
1-1.
$100. $81.
We know Whitehead is through to Saturday night, and you can join us on a Saturday night. Just scan that QR code. It sends you to a website called dartshop.tv.
43.
And you can put your tickets for, well, any Saturday evening in Series 5. The Champions Week finals night is on Saturday, November the 4th, and you can pick and choose whichever week you'd like to come down for a unique and intimate darting
174.
experience here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth in Hampshire on the south coast of England. Whilst you're there, there's tickets for various other events as well, including the
140.
World Seniors Championship, which is taking place at the Circus Tavern in Purfleet in February 2024.
100.
So Wesley Harms, first one down to a finish. Johnny Haynes will want to try and leave something a bit lower than that. Needs a treble,
60.
really.
Wesley require 146.
Does leave himself a finish with 158, but first chance here for Harms.
Moved across to no avail.
78. Johnny require
And Haynes, who's
158.
already found a 170 and a 120 in his locker today, is looking to add the 158 to his list of big finishes, but it's not going to happen on this particular occasion. And so Harms coming back for 68 to break the throw
58.
and to
Wesley
open up a
require
2-1
68.
lead. It's double 4 for Sparky. And that nudges the wire.
Game
And that
shot on the
nudges
third
in
leg.
2-1.
Wesley Harms. Fourth leg, it's Wesley to throw first. Game on.
Arms after losing that first leg. Found an extra gear.
90.
Now looking to try and hold his throw, but what's Johnny got left in his locker?
Needs to unlock something.
101.
I wonder if things are just going to
100.
click towards the line. Sometimes when you're playing with that little bit of pressure off, it can go one of two ways, can't it? It can
85.
either inspire you or just give you that extra little bit of kick because the arm's just flowing more freely, or it can drag in the other direction. It's one of those weird ones.
I know, I agree, and I've had
70.
similar conversations, especially when we talk about things like the Premier League. When someone knows that they're eliminated, they know they're out. I mean, in the context of here, they may know that they're going into Group C. For me personally, I think that would relax me.
100.
I've always said that, but the counter argument to that is the fact that these guys want to prove why they're here. They want to put in good performances. They're still striving, and I think with everyone, I think
60.
I would be more relaxed. You'd probably get the better darts out of me. Tend to over try. So when I know that the outcome is unchangeable, I think that
60.
for me would get a better game, and perhaps for these guys it may do the same.
The loosening of the arm, which will then help them going into tomorrow. Well, Haynes, again, leaving himself on a big finish on 155. Harms looking to back the break up in the previous leg with a hole.
100.
And that tunnel will help him in good stead.
Now he's just been a bit low in those key moments. Seen him pull it low slightly on the tops. And then again on that treble 20,
Wesley
which
require 81.
gives Wesley a poke here at 81. Need to find a treble now. Does find a treble, so double 12 left.
69. Johnny, you require
It goes
58.
inside, and so Haynes to level this game up at 2 apiece and to get the break back.
Game shot on the
Break
fourth
back
leg.
accrued
Johnny
for the man
Haynes.
from Swindon, and level we are at 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Johnny to throw first. Game on. $60.
One thing we haven't seen so much from Johnny today, and we kind of saw it a bit on day 1 and day 2, was him chalking up the darts in between legs, in between visits. We saw it a fair bit, especially yesterday.
81.
Haven't seen that as much today. We'll have a look now as he approaches the board. There's been times today where those barrels have been very chalky, but not so much in this match.
99.
I think when things are going quite well and things are flowing for players,
100.
they don't think about the things that they need to adjust. I think if they started slipping, or if Johnny could feel it was different, or he wasn't playing so well, I think that's when you go to the table, or I think he keeps it in his pocket, actually, I noticed yesterday, but that's when you go and make those adjustments.
100.
Probably the same with Alan Norris when he changes his darts. He does that when things aren't quite going well. When things are flowing, dart players just don't want to change a thing.
55.
Darts players with brains are very dangerous.
Yeah, sometimes you can be your own worst enemy. You can overthink things, too much emphasis on this, that, and the other.
97.
I think the best way to be is just go up there and play and try and have as clear a head as possible and as much focus as you can. Very easy for me to sit here
80.
saying that. And sometimes it's quite hard to do.
Johnny, you require 145.
What can Haynes do with the 145? He's got 6 to get this done, and he's going to need the lot.
41.
Not really made too much headroom, and so possibly the door ajar for Harms. If he can find something makeable.
145.
Find something makeable he will,
Johnny, you
leaving
require
tops.
104.
Pressure on this for Johnny Haynes. Otherwise, we could see a third consecutive break of throw. But it's going to be a dart at tops. He's been so good when it's
84.
mattered on that
Wesley
target,
require
but not this
40.
time.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Harms
Wesley
steps in.
Harms.
It's another break. It's 3-2.
That was a really good passage of play there from Wesley Harms. When that first treble went
Sixth leg
in and
is
went
Wesley
in
to throw
so
first.
effectively, I thought to myself,
Game
why would you
on.
go for the 25 to know that you have to come back up for the treble 20? But I guess actually we've seen it on a few occasions where the players have slipped into the ball. They've been over accurate. And with that extra dart in hand, Wesley could have actually adjusted and allowed for that.
100.
Sparky with his light bulb moment.
81.
Very good, Henry, very good. You are a bright little spark in that chair.
83.
There's a first for everything.
45. $100.
Just ticking his way through the leg here, Wesley. The leg that if he wins with the darts, he knows will put him over the line and will put him
43.
crucially onto 16 points. And if he actually does it by the margin of 4-2, will go above Steve West in terms of the legs difference.
62.
They'd be level on 42 legs one, but the count back before is the legs difference, and that'd be +3.
58. Wesley require 156.
He's got first chance at it here. 156 required. Not going to go, but he'll stay up there to try and set something up.
60.
Johnny Haynes just lingering back on 274. Can only really watch on as Wesley marches on to the finish line.
60. Wesley require 96.
For the match, it's going to be 2 in hand. A double 18.
87.
That has just nudged the wire the other side and inside.
Yeah, a real whisker away. Johnny Haynes coming back because 9 is not a
140.
given.
Wesley
You
require
need to get
9.
that single number first.
One.
And more match darts
Johnny
come and
requires
gone.
74.
And that last score there from Johnny Haynes leaves him on 74. 20. Some tops again.
Game
This
shot on the
time
sixth
there
leg.
is no
Johnny
mistake from
Haynes.
Johnny Haynes. Snatches this match from the jaws of defeat.
7th and final
And
leg. It's
interestingly,
Johnny to throw first.
If
Game
Harms
on.
wins this leg, Harms would be on 16 points, +2 legs and 42 legs one. Steve West would be on 16 legs, +2 on the legs
140.
difference, 42 legs one. Now, Steve takes on Johnny in a couple of matches' time. As for Haynes,
100.
victory would put him onto 12 points. Just keep him simmering around the background.
100.
Let off by Wes Harms, allowing Johnny to come in, take out
81.
74. Seems to have inspired something in Johnny Haynes.
He's finding something now.
140.
What a big passage of play that he's found in this leg. Ton 40, ton 40.
100. Johnny
And
require
your back is
121.
against the wall when Harms looked all but the winner.
I'm
45.
sure Johnny would have loved to have finished it off there. Again, I noticed one of those players that will just go for it if the finish is on.
95. Johnny requires
This finish
76.
really is on. 76 points now for Johnny Haynes.
It's a match dart at tops.
56.
It's a match dart gone
Wesley
for Johnny
require
Haynes.
125.
And so Harms has another opportunity to pick the points up. Treble would have left the double. And so Haynes is back for 10s.
65. Johnny require 20.
It's 2 for double 4.
16.
And didn't work on this occasion.
Wesley requires 60.
Wesley back now for 60. Who can actually take out this last leg?
Game, shot. And
The
match,
answer
Wesley
is
Harms.
Harms, who wins 4-3 against Johnny Haynes, and that is now going to consign him to Group C. Wesley Harms, him and Steve West are pretty much identical now as Osborne takes on Norris after the break. But the tail of the tape from this one, Harms a 4-3 victor, both averaging 83, but 3 out of 10 on the doubles, making pay for Johnny Haynes. So Harms, the 4-3 victor in that one, coming up after the break. Osborne has his opportunity to move on to 16 points, and because of his superior legs difference, would jump into second spot if he can beat Alan Norris after this.
So then, a win for Colin Osborne in this next match would quite incredibly see Steve West just clinging on to his spot in the top 3 with 1 round of fixtures remaining. Osborne's level just dipping last time out as he was defeated for the first time today by Johnny Haynes. If he can return to the level produced in his opening 2 fixtures, though, he'll certainly fancy himself to join Western Harms on 16 points. To see whether he can do just that, let's get back to Henry and Laura.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abby. Yes, still all to play for. People now vying for that second and third position so they can get into Group B. Alan Norris could be a thorn in the side of Colin Osborne here. We know Conan Whitehead is through. Realistically, between Steve West, Wesley Harms and this man here, Colin Osborne, just try and claim and stake a place on a Thursday and Friday evening.
A penny for the thoughts of Steve West right now, who attention would have been on winning the group. Now he could be in a bit of a dogfight to even be in the evening session.
We did say at the beginning of the week, and pretty much every other day, we thought it would be close.
140.
This is becoming very, very close indeed.
Well, the proof has been in a very big pudding.
100.
And we've got a couple more slices of darting drama to come. But we know that Conan Whitehead is the cream that has risen to the top.
You really do take the biscuit.
98.
And it's been a funny old day for Colin Osborne, I think, because he like, really started off well.
41.
4-1 win over Harms, 93 average. Back that up with a 99.9 average, highest average that we've seen so far this week, in a 4-3 win over West.
58.
Really did put himself in contention, almost for top spot at some point, and then couldn't find it when he then came up against Johnny Haynes. 4-1 loss there, 88 average. 5 points off
60.
his best for the day.
Alan, you require
So it
120.
really depends on what version, I think, of Colin turns up. But we could also say the same with Alan Norris. We've seen him come out the traps flying, and he's looking good here.
Game
And
shot on the
looking
first leg, Alan
fantastic
Norris.
120 finish to take that opening leg.
Second leg is Colin.
The starts have been great for Alan, but it's been about how he ends matches. That's been the big woe and the big concern.
140.
So if Alan does begin to charge away, Colin's just got to stick with the task and hope that that becomes an endemic statistic.
45. $140.
It looks like Colin has brushed off the cobwebs of the first leg.
Well, at these early stages in the game,
40.
the thing to do isn't to panic when you do lose against the throw. Put all your efforts into just holding throw, especially to start with. But Colin, again, will need to find a break at some point if he is going to win.
140. $95. Colin, you require 81.
Osborne totally dominating this leg. Potential for an 11 dart. Double 4.
77.
And this could get quite treacherous and precarious with Norris back on 3-2-1.
45. Colin, you require 4.
He's got the luxury of time, but he's at a double, which is far from kind.
No score.
I was just trying to sit it on top, just trying to stack it then into the double 17.
95.
And so what does
Colin,
take
you
2 on
require
double
4.
2 provide for the Wizard? Now to the madhouse.
No score.
And this is where Norris is cursing himself and shaking his head at the back of the stage because he knows where Osborne is and he knows if he can supply pressure, there could be more mistakes to come.
131. Colin, you require
Solid
4.
visit there from Alan Norris. Once again, staring at double 2.
Game
And this
shot on the
time
second
it
leg,
does
Colin
go for Colin
Osborne.
Osborne. 6 missed starts, but Colin won't mind
Third leg is
the
Alan to
outcome in
throw
the end.
first.
Secured in the
Game
leg.
on.
So 1-1 it is.
85. $95. $81. $60.
A good switch there from Alan Norris. Great switch from
134.
Alan Norris. This leg just felt that it had the potential to run quite close with both players not really able to put in a big score, but it was a well-timed 1-3-4
85.
from Alan Norris.
And he is very much in the ascendancy. And this is very much music to the ears
99.
of Steve West and Wesley Harms. Because Osborne's last game is against Conan Whitehead. Savage in the middle of West's match against Haynes. And Harms' clash against Norris.
91. Alan, you require
Switch leaves
102.
himself on 170, but Alan Norris first. And a finish, not the hugest of disasters, but can't finish now. So
40.
can Colin Osborne join
Colin,
the
you
likes of Conan
require
Whitehead and Johnny
170.
Haynes and take out a 170? There's the first one. There's the second, needs the ball. Oh, and a little drop dart. Does that upset the rhythm?
$136. Alan, you require 62.
Raise of the hands there is quite far off the target.
As Norris stares down
42.
tops. Does it
Colin,
go?
you
And so
require
now decision
34.
time for Osborne. Straight for the double 17, or is he going to split?
That's just creeped into the double 2, which leaves him 30. So needs to get that next section along.
Game shot on the
Does get
third
it.
leg. Colin Osborne.
Trickles in, last dart in hand, into the bottom corner, as you can
Fourth leg is
see.
Colin to throw first. Game on.
Osborne leads 2-1. Halfway there, and now has the darts to establish a 2-leg cushion, a 2-leg buffer. And remember, his legs difference is
133.
in a better place than the other two players in 16. And so he would leapfrog and jump into second.
137.
Well, let's show you what's happening live.
100.
Because Whitehead, we know he's in. Osborne will move on to 16 points with a better legs difference than West and Harms. West and Harms'
55.
records are completely identical. So what you see there in terms of Steve West is what you also see in terms of Wesley Harms. Now, when we get into that scenario, it's head-to-head records that usually decide it. And so West would be above
94.
West would be above Harms by that particular metric.
Steve West will be against
59.
Johnny Haynes in the match after this. And Wesley Harms will be seeing our proceedings against Alan Norris in our final match. And interestingly, when West met Johnny Haynes yesterday, he
81.
actually succumbed to a 4-0 defeat to the hands of Johnny Haynes. Just another interesting dynamic.
To add another layer on top of the drama we're seeing already.
100. Colin, you require 93.
This for a 3-1 lead. A double 18 for Osborne, and now double 9.
Game shot on the
Sets
fourth
himself a leg
Colin
away.
Osborne.
Sometimes like to be a fly on the wall in the players' room when it comes to the
Fifth leg
nitty-gritty
is Alan
here.
to throw first. Game
See the
on.
reactions, see the responses of the players, because they'll pretty much all be aware of what's required, what's needed. And we're watching that table move as the
100.
results come in.
Should lock them in a room on their own in these scenarios and have a camera just to visualize every single facial response. A bit like at the World Cup back in the days when they used to have
85.
single rubbers.
$140. $85. $30.
That visit didn't help Alan Norris, but this one might help Colin Osborne.
$99.
Almost level pegging in this match. In a match where Alan Norris does have the dart, so wouldn't be the most disastrous thing in the world if Alan Norris was to take this in from the point of view of Colin Osborne. He will have darts in the next leg.
57.
So Osborne can pile the pressure on with Norris not on a finish.
100.
Ton will do some of the work. Does that look like a change of dart there from Norris as he headed back to the table?
$68. Colin, you require 132.
This would be some way to finish. It'd be a champagne way to finish. Another one of them. For double 16.
$100.
But the pause may have come against
Alan, you
his
require
aid.
106.
You couldn't quite work out if they were both in, and you can see him in the background there. Just straight in. It's such a wonderful shot. But now it's Alan Norris's turn at 32, and he
Game shot on
does
the fifth
pin it.
leg, Alan Norris.
Colin Osborne
Sixth
may be
leg is
smiling,
Colin to
but I
throw
don't think he's
first.
smiling
Game
inside.
on.
Almost trying to avoid eye contact there. It hurts.
Absolutely. But Osborne knows that he has the darts in this leg to complete the job.
You go from being 32 points away,
125.
winning a match, to now being back to 501 points. Start all over again.
Lucky for the players, it's not set play where you go 2-2, you have a darted double, then you
100.
go back to 3 legs away.
Yeah, but set play, I enjoy set play, but I especially enjoy watching
57.
set play. I will say you can actually lose a match and win more legs than someone else that actually wins a match, which I find, it's just the nature of
60.
set play. So match play is much more aggressive. People have to go for it, race to a target.
For me, I love the World Masters best of 3 legs to a set
59.
format because you're always in it if you're behind. But you always feel comfortable when you're in front, but you also know there's an air of jeopardy. Every single leg holds significant weight in that format.
140.
And Chris Mason, for example, when he lost in the Seniors Masters to Leonard Gates, it was a 10-9 scoreline in favour of the American.
81. $100.
Big last start there from Alan Norris. He'll be the first person to have a go at a finish and take out a ton plus previously.
81. Alan, you require 101.
This would hurt Colin Osborne. Needs tops.
81. Colin, you require
Whisker
98.
of a wire away. Colin Osborne returns for 98.
To put him on 16 points, to put him in a position of authority in the group.
58.
And so,
Alan, you require
for
20.
a last leg decider for this second consecutive match.
Oh, he thought that was in. Went to do the walk. Just needs to refocus, reset himself.
Game shot on the sixth leg.
And there
Alan
you have it. We
Norris.
are now 3 apiece. In a game where you really did think that Colin Osborne had complete control over,
Seventh
Alan
and
Norris
final
has
leg. It's
found something
Alan
at the
to
back,
throw
some
first.
excellent
Game
finishing and
on.
great time scoring.
Right things, right time.
100.
And is the advantage of darts going to hold so dear for Alan Norris?
$43.
Because that slip for Osborne has opened up the door for Chuck.
Looks like he's going to walk straight through. Another one of those. Switching.
177.
Almost perfect there, but 177. Leaves him on 224. After 6.
125.
Good reply from Colin, but with Alan playing at this level, he's always going to be chasing.
Chasing Chuck's tail.
60.
And maybe there's going to be a sting in the tail as to who qualifies through to Group B. Because Norris is going to get 6 on 164.
100. Alan, you require
To-
164.
Put the ball in the court of Western Harms. Another one of them. Would have been interesting to see whether he attempted the ball. 88 remaining.
$124.
That's an excellent last start there from Alan Norris, leaving himself on tops. And Colin Osborne can only look on and try and set something up and hope that Alan Norris misses and affords him an opportunity.
60. Alan, you require 40.
6 starts at tops for Alan Norris to complete the job. Osborne's had his chances. Smith's 11 at
Game,
double.
shot,
And
and a
Alan
match.
Norris isn't
Alan
going to pass the
Norris.
opportunity by. 2 ton-plus checkouts have helped him en route to a 4-3 victory, which means now Colin Osborne, from a position where he could have been in control of his own destiny, is now relying on favours. Norris, a 4-3 victor against Osborne with an 88 average, 2 ton-plus checkouts. But let's be honest, the key statistic is the one in the middle of your screen. The checkout ratios and the checkout percentages. 4 from 8 by way of Alan Norris, 3 from 14 as far as Colin Osborne is concerned. And that was what stemmed the tide in this particular encounter. So we've got one more round of fixtures to go here at the Super Series on day 3. And it's all about the qualification spots through to Saturday night's final. We know Conan Whitehead has already qualified for the finale. It's who's going to be in the Thursday night affair. We kick off those rounds of matches with Steve West in action against Johnny Haynes after this commercial break.
So then into our final round of fixtures we go. Of course, we already know that Conan Whitehead has qualified for finals night and that Alan Norris and Johnny Haynes will spend the remainder of the week in Group C. But the battle for Group B is still very much alive. Steve West has spent the majority of the week fighting for top spot. Now he needs a win to secure his spot in Group B. It would only be his second win of the session, but it would certainly be a welcome one. To see whether he can do that or whether Haynes can act as a bit of a spoiler, let's get back to the commentary team.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abby. Well, Johnny Haynes taking on Steve West. Steve West, who, well, from one fight has now been landed into another one, where victory will confirm his spot into Group B. But because of the legs difference scenario, things are oh so precarious for the man who made the last 16 of the PDC World Championships back in his heyday.
First leg, it's Johnny to throw first. Game on.
These two know each other so well. I know every single microscopic part of their game. And guess what Johnny
85.
Haynes has done to his darts? He's chalked them up.
Must have heard you, Henry.
I mean, it is hard not to.
Well, yeah.
97.
I've had reports that they can still hear you over in Southampton.
Just Southampton.
I was being kind.
140.
Well, as far as the odds compilers see this game, they have Steve West on as the 1-2 favourite. Johnny Haynes 6-4. Now,
85.
yes, okay, neither player got results, but if you look at level of performance in the last round, Haynes played better than Steve. Could Johnny be potentially a shout here as he ladles in a max?
180.
Yeah, I'm still of the opinion that any of these players can
81.
beat
Johnny
anyone else. I
require
think
96.
the hardest challenge in these remaining 3 matches for me would be Colin Osborne against Conan Whitehead. Colin needing that win if he's got any chance of making Group
56.
B this week. But as I say, any outcome is possible. And Johnny Haynes has proved that he can dig in and grind out a result. He was unlucky earlier against Wesley Harms.
58. Johnny
Yeah.
require 40.
Whitewashed Steve West previously.
Double 10 for 1-0 lead for Johnny Haynes.
20.
He is going to come back.
I do think, though, for Johnny Haynes, if he is going to beat West once again, it's a different version of Steve West from
140.
yesterday. And
Johnny, you require 20.
going to have to take those chances
Game
and
shot
take
on the
those
first
chances
leg,
he did.
Johnny
And he does go one
Haynes.
leg to the good.
And so 1-0 to Haynes. And
Second leg is
what
Steve to throw
Steve's
first.
got to look out
Come
for
on.
as well is the legs difference with Wesley Harms, because everything was level, identical going into the final round of fixtures. Steve had the narrowest of narrow
100.
advantages because of the head-to-head record between the pair. So if he can keep this as tight as possible, despite
45.
even if he loses this, he may still stand himself a chance. But if he loses heavily, you sense that he may well be done.
100.
But of course, a Whitehead win against Colin Osborne would complete the job. But I suppose the question will be, Colin Whitehead having won the group, whether he relaxes and as a consequence of it, the natural adrenaline courses out the body, but it's certainly not happening from the perspective of Steve West.
Yes, Johnny Haynes fires back
Steve, you require
with a 180 of his own. West
81.
didn't have to go for the ball with Johnny Haynes back on 176. Just tease it up nicely. Playing the percentages.
40. Steve, you require 40.
For potential 13 data to a post and reply. Double 10. Chasing around.
Game shot on
but
the second
finding
leg, Steve
fives.
West.
And West levels up at 1-1.
Third leg is Johnny to throw first. Game on. $140.
Johnny Haynes kicking off with his second 140 of the match. Steve coming back in kind.
180.
Second 180 of the match for Steve West. This is a high scoring contest so far. From the point of view of
60.
Steve West, we've said it before, every player, they just want to have control over what they're doing. A win here, Steve's in control. A win here for Steve would guarantee the fact that he would make it
100.
through to the Group B. A loss here, then you're relying on other results once again.
Keep it in your own hands as much as you possibly
100.
can. Darts like that will help the cause. He's now averaging just under 110. His third max of the match. But Haynes, credit where credit's due, is keeping tabs at every single twist and turn.
Double 10 for a 12 dart leg.
31.
And as you say,
Johnny, you require 62.
play of Johnny Haynes has left him with a chance at 62 here. Needs double 4.
58.
And his
Steve,
favourite
you
double on the
require
board.
10.
Just not able to hit. So can Steve West now take advantage, hit double 5?
Found it in the last leg, but can't find it in this. And
6.
Haynes
Johnny, you
returns
require
to
4.
2-1.
Game shot on the third leg.
And 2-1 it
Johnny
is. That is a holder
Haynes.
throw for Johnny Haynes, but there's a big opportunity missed from Steve West there.
4th leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Just missing those doubles. It starts. It's frustrating. It's what's it's what happens. But when you lay down those kind of markers and those kind of scores, you just
100.
want to see off the leg.
$100. $95.
It will be that run in the middle of the day that Steve West looks at and thinks what could have
55.
been. 1 from 9 on the doubles and a 4-1 defeat to Wesley Harms. Hit 5 maximums against Colin Osborne, but it still wasn't enough.
96.
4 from 4 Colin Osborne was on the outer ring in that one, including 2 ton-plus finishes. That's kind of what condemned his
60.
Group A fate and leaves his Group B hopes dangling by a thread.
145.
Once again, good setup play there from Steve West. Was trying to seek out the ball, but
45.
only managed the
Stevie requires
25. But
65.
6 darts at least from this position. Goes in the 11. 14 leaves him tops.
25.
But tops he hasn't got, but he has got time to find it. Level this game up at 2 apiece.
83. Stevie require 40.
Now double 10.
Game
And
shot on
this
the fourth
time it is
leg,
a friend,
Steve
and West brings it back to 2-2. Scoring wise,
Fifth
he's been
leg, it's Johnny
absolutely
to throw
superb. But when
first.
it's come to the
Game
doubling
on.
2 out of 10, he's been making it hard work for himself.
95.
It's not quite so bad when he puts in such a buffer between himself and Johnny Haynes. But Johnny's
83.
equally been scoring very well. And has been there to mop up when Steve West has missed.
26.
He's taken the opportunity when opportunity is knocked. But West is knocking on the door.
140. $41.
Very much break chance on now.
$100.
And you feel Steve West really is leaving, just giving everything, leaving nothing out. And it's strange, when you start the day, it's all quite jovial. And when you come to this business end, I just think
140.
it taps into another gear. It's pressure. It's how you deal with it. And Steve is dealing with it exceptionally well.
138.
He leaves himself tops after 12 against the darts, and Haynes has no way of reply, although he is going to give West the metaphorical tap on the shoulder.
177. Stevie require 40.
And now this has to go. West has struggled on this target in this match. And they
20.
continue.
Johnny, you require 22.
As we were just alluding to, Johnny Haynes just there behind.
Game shot on
And
the
he
fifth
does mop up
leg,
once
Johnny
again.
Haynes.
And so this will be music to the ears of Messrs Osborne and Messrs Harms.
Sixth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
West loses this game. He is relying on Whitehead
60.
doing him a favour against Osborne, because win for Whitehead in that, it wouldn't matter what Wesley and Steve did in the final round of fixtures. It would all be done. It'd all be finito,
140.
because Osborne's on 14 and the other two are on 16.
I can imagine Steve West feeling like he's throwing the kitchen sink at Johnny Haynes and
60.
just cannot get rid of him. And this time, unable to find a treble 20 in his first 2 visits. Chance here for Johnny Haynes to really take the authority in this match.
Like a greased piglet, you just
45.
can't seem to wriggle free or let go.
Really visual kind of analogy there.
140. 97.
So, Steve West with a set-up chance to send us all the way. Remember, it's his throw in this 6th leg.
140.
Would have liked the other treble in, but 101 again after 12 darts. Johnny Haynes looking to set up himself.
135. Stevie
And he
require
does, leaving
101.
himself 84.
$61. Johnny require 84.
So he relies on a Haynes miss. It's going to be 2 at 12s. It's double 6 for Haynes. And that
72.
nudges the wire. And it
Stevie
gives
require
West a
40.
reprieve. It's double 10.
Game shot on the 6th
And
leg.
this time it is a
Steve
friend.
West.
The tops has been fruitless for him. 10s has at least been half fruitful.
7th and final leg.
But
It's
now
Johnny
he's
to
got to
throw
find a
first.
break
Game
in this
on.
deciding leg against Johnny Haynes.
57.
And there's an opportunity.
Steve West straight in the treble.
140.
We've seen the scoring power he has. If Johnny Haynes doesn't keep up with him on this occasion, Steve West will have the opportunity, as we say, to go
60.
on to 18 points and guarantee himself a spot in Group B on Thursday and Friday this week.
100. 60.
So West with full advantage against the darts and in full swing,
131.
in full control and full command, and with time on his side.
$60. Stevie require 130.
So the little fish.
The ball for West, and you know he's going to go
105.
for it because he always goes for it. It's 13 darts at a double in this game, Steve West. But he may be getting over the line
95.
now.
Stevie require 25.
Needs double 12. Over to double 6.
19.
Just on the inside. Match darts missed for Steve West once again.
And perhaps, as far as Johnny Haynes is concerned, he's left double free.
59.
So he would have loved to have parred in a big
requires
visit
6.
just to apply some pressure as West goes south,
Game,
but picks
shot,
the
and a
points
match.
up
Steve
as he
West.
gets the better of Johnny Haynes by 4 legs to 3. He had to go to the well there, Steve West, but he has come out the other side, doing so with a 93.9 average, and that despite 15 missed darts at a double. He gets the better of Johnny Haynes by 4 legs to 3. Next up, Colin Osborne in must-win territory. If he gets the better of Conan Whitehead, he moves himself on to 16 points.
So it was far more dramatic and nervy than he'd have liked, but Steve West has done enough to book his spot in Group B, coming through a decider to get the better of Johnny Haynes last time out. Who is going to join him there? Colin Osborne needs to beat Group A winner Conan Whitehead and hope Norris beats Harms in order to progress. To see whether that happens, let's get back to Henry and Laura.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abby. And as you say, yep, still some things to play for. We know that Conan Whitehead will be going into finals night on Saturday. Steve West will be going into Group B, but who will be joining him? Will it be Wesley Harms or will it be Colin Osborne? Well, Colin Osborne will need to win this match against Conan Whitehead, but Conan Whitehead's the table topper. Do we see a relaxed version of Conan? Do we see...
First leg, it's Colin to throw first.
Do we see a
Game
really
on.
intense version of Colin Osborne? We have seen it. He has got the highest average, which he hit today of 99.9. Can he hold it all together, Colin Osborne? He's an experienced player. Interesting to see how this one pans out. Still all to play for.
The question is, as far as Conan's concerned, what happens when the adrenaline evaporates from the body?
140.
Because what was naturally setting him through and setting him free as he went through that spree to win the group, well, it is
95.
just going to course out the body somewhat. It's just natural. It's human genetics.
41.
You wouldn't be human otherwise, but this is where it becomes interesting. Does it then relax the arm so much that you play your best game? Or does it then begin to create a wane?
43.
Oh, for Colin Osborne, since that emphatic
54.
win earlier over Steve West, which we mentioned, hasn't been able to kind of rekindle that kind of form, which is what's seen him go from looking relatively comfortable
40.
on the table, looking almost like a shoe-in for that Group B spot, to now being fourth on the table and facing Group C. And obviously Group C is just a bit more difficult because only 2 go through from
41.
6, whereas 3 go through from 5 from Group B.
And you play in the afternoon, and the players that will be playing in the afternoon, well, we know Johnny Haynes and Alan Norris, and they're going to be joined by Ben
60.
Payne, Scott Campbell and Willie Ball, and Ben Payne, the ADC qualifier, who will be playing for the South Eastern London Belt on Saturday afternoon against Richard North. Alongside Scott Walters and Dan Reed, they'll be playing in
140.
Group B. Just a reminder that Saturday night's going to start at the slightly later time of 8
81.
p.m.
Conan, you require 85.
And we'll be live on Sporty Stuff TV from around about 10:30 as Whitehead. Well, we know what's going to happen now, but he misses the 25.
35. Colin, you require 141.
No show-stopping finish from Colin Osborne this time, so Conan an opportunity to get an early break. And with Conan sat on 50, we have seen this before. What are we calling? Straight for ball?
Oh, there's nothing else in
57.
Conan Whitehead's
Conan, you require
mind
50.
than to go straight for the middle of the board.
Well, just squeezes in the 17, but double 4.
Game shot on the
No
first
problem
leg.
there. And the
Conan
first leg goes the
Whitehead.
way of Conan Whitehead.
Accrues the break and another free
Second leg is Conan to throw
from
first.
sealing the places
Game
in
on.
Group B. He's the king of the group. He can also be the kingmaker of the group. He may well decide every single position in this
85.
league table and every single outcome in this league table.
A
97.
good switch, awkward lie from that second up for Colin Osborne. Making good use of the 57.
44.
I think now it does become very difficult. Bit of an uphill struggle for Colin. He's already been broken, so needs to find a way of breaking back. We know he can do it. Just needs to find it.
140. 60. 100.
So Osborne first down to a finish against the Whitehead Darts. But a max would set Conan free. A max is what Conan finds.
180. Colin, you require 164.
Just couldn't target that treble 18, which would have left in the balls. So
88.
back comes
you
Conan
require
Whitehead with the
132.
champagne shot, which is all reliant on bullseyes. There's the first one. Are they unable to find that second one?
92.
The first
Colin, you
start was so
require
inviting
76.
as well. Is this an invitation for Colin to break back? It's going to be a dart at tops to level,
56.
but it goes
Colin,
below,
you
and so
require
Whitehead
40.
back for that target.
$20.
But now it's
Colin, you
his turn
require
to spurn
20.
opportunities. Osborne to level.
Needs double 5.
15.
We've seen it on several
Colin,
occasions.
you
Just
require 20.
Colin smiling there, throws his hands in the air. Conan, don't think he could get any closer without getting it in. Has to readjust to find some space through.
10.
Pulls it into the 10.
Colin, you require 5.
And so Osborne comes back. He was chuckling to himself after the miss of the previous visit. And
Games
he
on the
who
second
laughs
leg,
last
Colin Osborne.
will laugh the longest. 1-1.
Third leg is Colin to throw first. Game on.
But it's all serious business. And it's still all to play for. Conan knows what he's doing over the next couple of days. He's enjoying the
96.
sights, the sounds and the surrounds of Portsmouth. For Osborne, he'd like the day off and be back tomorrow night.
140.
Well, he has to get past this man first. Our table topper, Conan Whitehead.
93.
You just get the feeling that Colin's going to need to find a treble visit as Conan hammers in more treble 20s. Second 180 of the match for him already.
180.
Timing like a Swiss watch.
96.
And he is ticking along now.
$97.
This could be for a third consecutive break in this match. He's left 84 after 9. Osborne can only apply pressure.
60. Conan, you require 84.
He's 79.
48.
So tidies it up. Leaves
Colin, you
himself
require
on a double.
156.
Can Colin find something special? Can he find this 156 to hold throw? Yeah, the answer on this occasion, no. So just looking to tee it up.
100. Conan, you require
Leaves himself
36.
something handy, but Whitehead looking to step in on double 18. And that first dart was such a guide, but he has to move across to double 9.
27.
And he moves inside, and he's now
Colin, you
1 from
require
11 on the
56.
doubles. And so Osborne can step in. If he can pin tops.
Game
No
on the
mistake.
third leg, Colin Osborne.
And suddenly Wesley Harms is the man looking precariously over his
Fourth leg's
shoulder.
Conan to throw first. Game on. $85.
Fine there for Conan with his last start.
$30.
No real answer there from Colin.
$58. $60.
I'm just seeing a little bit of tiredness come into play, a bit of the energy being zapped.
44.
Yeah, I think we said it before. I've said it before with Conan, especially. I think the levels that we saw him produce on day one, peaking at a 98 average, but consistently over 90 for the day. Today
60.
in his opening match had 86, which he did win, but then lost to Harms with a 76, which is just so uncharacteristic. So I think by this day, yeah, I think there will be levels of fatigue setting in. Conan would have put everything into
100.
to topping that table. He's done that job, and as you said earlier, the adrenaline kind of comes out, wears off at that point. He's
140.
averaging below par at the moment, but that probably is down to the 1 of 11 on the checkouts. He is back in the red bit.
85.
And I'd say the same really for Colin. Colin is still fighting for a place. As you say, fatigue can set in with these players.
100. Conan, you require.
It's like hitting the wall, but then seeing the finishing line at the end of a marathon.
Does he go double-double? He does.
111. Colin, you require.
So much so, he decides to
111.
then leave double 9, and so Osborne 111 for 3-1. And so it's going to be the green bit
29.
for a level game.
Conan, you require.
Well, at least they're seeing the
18.
funny side.
$12. Colin, you require 82.
Well, we did not expect that play from Conan. That's 72 left. Double.
Game
Double!
shot on the fourth leg. Colin Osborne.
And how key could that be for Osborne? He obtains the break, leads 3-1, and
Fifth leg is
Conan can
Colin to
only
throw
shake his
first.
head in the
Game
background.
on.
Imagine what's going through Conan's head there. Chuckling to himself, as you say, but
60.
nice bit of flair from Colin Osborne.
$81.
Yeah, good recovery there. I think Conan knew when he threw that second dart, just left his hand wrong. And how's that double-double checkout inspired Colin Osborne?
125.
Has it just lit up the blue touch paper for Osborne?
140. $140.
He's edging closer now. And Whitehead can't say he hasn't had his opportunities. He's missed 12 darts at double in this match.
60.
Osborne really does have a bit between his teeth. That was a wild release there from Colin Osborne. Eyes into the 5, but great recovery once again.
90.
And so Whitehead needs to find something big. Needs a couple of troubles, you feel. One may just keep him
50.
hanging around.
Colin, you require.
But guess what he's
86.
left?
Will he get a go? Needs double 8.
Game.
And
shot,
there you
and a
have it.
match.
Colin Osborne keeps his hopes for Group B alive with a 4-1 victory over our table topper, Conan Whitehead. And it really was a tale of missed doubles there for Conan Whitehead, and Colin Osborne just stepped in to take the victory. And coming up next, we have our final match of today, where Wesley Harms will take on Alan Norris.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where I am now joined by the first player through to finals night. It is our Series 1 champion, Conan Whitehead. Just sum up how you feel after today.
Well, to be fair, after today, I'm chuffed to bits because this is the first time I've qualified on a Wednesday. Usually I make it hard for myself and play the Thursday, Friday morning and then have to qualify. But, well, I might even go home now.
And we saw the relief on your face when you pinned that winning double to beat Steve West. What was your overriding emotion when that went in?
Well, I literally put everything into that game. And it was basically, for me, all or nothing. Because I knew that if I beat Steve, I was through. So I threw everything into that game. I mean, the game you saw against Colin there, it was more of a relaxed game for me. But I wanted to beat Colin still. But there was no pressure on it. He's hard at the play. But when I beat Steve, everything was on that game.
Yeah, it's been a really intriguing battle between you and Steve West all week. But when you lost your second game today against Wesley Harms, what was going through your mind? Because it looked then as if Steve West may motor towards Group A.
I was nervous all day. I mean, you could see in the game against Wes and Johnny, even against Johnny, I was nervous. And fortunately, Johnny missed a few, so he let me in, and then Wes didn't miss a lot like doubles-wise, and I did. And then it put a lot more pressure on the next game than the following game, and it was just... the pressure got more and more as the day went on.
But you were one of the favourites to come through Group A this week. It was an incredible lineup. How much more does it mean to come through a group like that?
Well, I don't look at the odds, so I didn't know I was one of the favourites, but the group we've got in there today and Monday, Tuesday was the best I've played in by far at the MODUS Series. It's hard to play against these boys. They're all capable of beating everyone. So.
And going into finals night, any aspects of your game that you feel need to be better on Saturday?
I'll be a bit more clinical.
Certainly not on the bullseye, though, Conan.
No, the bullseye's easy. It's the other doubles I've got to scrap up on. So, yeah, the bullseye I've been playing well on this week. So, hopefully, the top holes is the one, I think. If I start hitting them, I'm going to be dangerous.
Right then, this man is going to be dangerous on finals night, but it is yet to be determined who is going to clinch that final Group B spot. Will it be Colin Osborne or will it be Wesley Harms? We will find out at the end of this match. Let's get into it.
Great to hear from the Series 1 champion, Conan Whitehead. And what we've learned from that interview is hitting the ball's easy. It's the other bits that are difficult.
I love his confidence. It was a lovely interview with Abby there. And it just goes to show, as we were saying, he really did throw everything into that game against West. He wanted to be in control of his own destiny, and that he was. Produced his best average, best performance of the day against him as well. But as we say, all to play for still.
Game
A
on.
win here for Wesley Harms would see him join Steve West in Group B. But if he loses by any margin, it will be Colin Osborne that goes through into Group B.
100.
I think Colin Osborne will be sat in the back, being very much on Team Norris.
There might be some pacing up and down the practice room over the next 7 legs or
95.
so. As far as the odds compilers are concerned, Harms goes off the heavy 4-9 favourite. Alan Norris, the outsider, at 13-8.
60.
And we have openly chatted about the fact that Alan has struggled with consistency this week, but arguably today has been his best
100.
day, racked up 2 wins already. Can he make it a third, or will it be Harms that goes through to tomorrow night?
140.
Well, he's off to a fast start, is Sparky.
$37.
Yeah, that's that bit of inconsistency we've been talking about.
$45.
Oh my.
79.
Look at what it's done, not just to the bounce out, but to the other dart. It was clinging off of the bit of the stem that was hanging by a thread itself.
Luckily, the one thing we don't have to
Wesley
worry about when it comes to
require
Alan Norris is a
156.
replacement equipment.
There we go, the running repairs. Do I pick
60.
this set or do I pick that set?
$140.
whatever
Wesley
he picked up
require
there.
96.
Great visit from Norris, but Wesley Harms now looking at 36.
60.
And bends the wire, so
Alan, you
at
require
140,
50.
a really good opportunity here for Alan Norris.
Who wasn't going for the ball a la Conan
Game shot on the
Whitehead
first
because the
leg,
10's
Alan
top
Norris.
combination worked a wonder, and that first leg is a 17 going under.
Second leg
Norris
is
at the
Alan to
break.
throw first.
Norris one up.
Game on.
And it means that Colin Osborne would be the man. If Norris can win, that would move through
60.
to tomorrow night.
$140. $58.
Out of those that are coming in over the next few days, Laura, which players are you in particular looking forward to
100.
seeing on the Super Series stage?
Yeah, I mean, Richie North, I guess, always brings a bit of excitement, a bit of attitude into it. But Willie Borland as well. Obviously, we remember him most famously for that 9 darter at the PDC World Championships. Yeah, I think everyone's going to bring something. To me, perhaps the unknown is the ADC qualifier Ben Payne, but to come
100.
through that ADC process, that's some kind of achievement in itself. So it's going to be really competitive. It's going to be interesting to see out of the 5,
40.
especially in
Wesley
Group B,
require
Richie North, Scott
161.
Walters, Dan Reed, and then obviously Steve West and another, either Wesley Harms or Colin Osborne. I find that really hard to pick 3 people that are going to go through, or more do it the other way around.
97.
Which 2 aren't going to go through?
Spinning questions, just like your politician, Laura.
133. Wesley
Well,
require
64 is the duty of call for Wesley Harms here to level up and to break back. Double 8. Can you just nudge that off the barrel?
Game
Yes,
shot
as
on
you
the second
emphatic
leg,
answer.
Wesley
Level we are,
Harms.
1-1. Break back for Harms.
And again, that's gamesmanship, that
Third leg is Wesley to throw
sportsmanship.
first.
See the
Game
fist pump
on.
there from Alan Norris. Say all these players will be more than aware of what needs to be done.
$60. $125. $60.
And after that strong leg from Harms to
60.
break Alan Norris's throw, that's yet to find a treble.
$60.
You see that flop in the arms. The body language tells you all you need to know as Alan Norris finds 2 trebles of his own. Is it a third?
140.
Well, you could see the grit between the teeth of Alan Norris there, quite literally. When you've had a campaign, you've had a group a bit like the one that Alan Norris has had, if you want to finish with a win, just to say to
140.
everyone going into tomorrow, do not discredit me. Do not write me off.
And I'm just checking with the referee what was scored.
100.
It'll be interesting to see. Obviously, we don't know all the names yet, but how the odds compilers will see tomorrow. I think Johnny Haynes will go off at a
100. Alan
very low
requires
price in Group C.
76.
As Norris looks for 76 for what would be a third consecutive throw He's going to lay up for tops.
56.
The tops that's not
Wesley
found, and you
require
can see
81.
the frustration there.
And that pull into the 3 means he has to find a treble. Does. So he needs double 12.
57.
And just the width of a wire away.
And you
But
require 20.
does afford Alan Norris another opportunity to break the throw.
The kick of the Yoki, as per tradition.
15.
But a miss on the double opens up the door for Harms for what
Wesley
would be the
require
first hole
24.
of this match. It would put Harms halfway towards the qualification mark.
Game shot on the third
And it
leg.
is
Wesley Harms.
Bliss on double 6 for Wesley Harms to move himself towards the halfway house, to move him on to 18 points, and he would join Steve West as Adam Norris again has a little bit of a change up of the equipment. It's a pit stop for Norris. And seemingly the pit crew with the kind of pace of the Ferrari. Where's Guido when you need him? Just sorting out the stems, sorting out the flight.
Fourth leg. It's Alan to throw first. Game on. .45.
Not quite the desired effect there for Alan Norris after that change.
We'd have been ironic if he changed it again.
96.
Ironic, but not overly surprising.
.60.
But Harms here will be sensing opportunity. He's sensing the opening of the door.
140.
And that 140 piles the Norwich throw under oodles of pressure.
Really interesting to see as well. Every time
44.
Alan has changed his equipment, actually what the outcome was for the said match. Because sometimes as a player, you know, if you're playing against someone who keeps changing everything all the time,
98.
and I think he might have changed once again, if you see that as the opponent, you know that that player's headspace is not quite in the right place. They're not trusting what they've got in their hand to throw.
Norris literally
41.
limbering up
Wesley
between
require
throws.
167.
Harms has got 6 and 167. Now, do you, Wesley?
142.
Just underneath on the 25.
.94. Wesley require 25.
Over for double 8.
Game shot on the fourth
Comfortably
leg.
taken
Wesley
there
Harms.
for a 3-1 lead for Wesley Harms.
And so the Dutchman is a leg
Fifth leg
away
is
from
Wesley to
putting
throw
himself
first.
into
Game on.
Group B tomorrow and Friday evening. And if he can do it with some margin of victory, then he will claim second spot in the league standings.
40.
Remember, he had to conjure his way down from 4th to be put into this particular position. But Norris is still trying to provide
140.
a proposition in front of him. A reminder that
85.
highlights of this session will be available on the Super Series YouTube channel following its conclusion later on this evening. And don't forget, if you are tuning in there, to give us a subscribe, because on top of the live content we bring 6 days a week,
140.
we'll have highlights packages of every session. We'll also have exclusive interviews, and we have plenty of reaction from Fallon Sherrick's historic 9-dart feat last week. You can watch
60.
that leg in full, plus reaction from the Queen of the Palace herself, as well as other content available across the Super Series YouTube channel. It is the ultimate place
100.
to keep in touch with us here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Norris looking to keep in touch with Harms in this 5th leg, leaving 1-2-1 after 9.
60. Alan, you require 121.
And he has got time. Bull.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Alan
Found for a
Norris.
12. Found for a break. And the game returns to throw.
Sixth leg is Alan to throw first. Game on.
And Harms is going to be made to wait a bit longer, if at all it happens. Because Norris has just found a
140.
turbocharge. Has he just found a second wind?
60.
When you think the line and the wall has hit you smack bang in the face, sometimes you can just find something from the reserves before the gas tank reaches empty.
100. $41.
Just look at the eyes of Alan Norris. Look at the steely determination. This is a man at the bottom of the group who's only beaten one player. And that's Johnny Haynes 3 times. That's the player
55.
in 5th place in this group. But he wants to finish with a flourish. He wants to finish with a statement that says, just because of my campaign in Group A, don't think that I'm not
100.
going to make hay in Group C. And he looks set to send us to leg 7.
$52. $100. Alan, you require 154.
To send us all the way, Norris has 6. Well, he's got 95 left.
65. $60. Alan, you require 89.
To send us to 7. Well, Norris there, deciding against going for the bullseye. He is trusting Harms doesn't take the 140 out.
69. Wesley require 140.
But can you take the 140 out? Another one of them. Would have left double 10.
100.
And so this
Alan,
is
you
to
require
take us
20.
all the way to a last leg decider. Norris looking for double 10. 2 from 6 on the doubles. His doubling has actually been his trademark this week.
Game
The
shot on
issue
the
has
sixth
been that he
leg,
hasn't
Alan
had the
Norris.
many opportunities to convert because of the scoring power. But he has sent us to a decider. He has sent
Seventh
us
and
to leg
final
7
leg. It's
here.
Wesley to throw
And it is
first.
Harms with the
Game
darts.
on.
In a leg that if he wins, he will move into tomorrow night's Group B action. But if Norris can take this one against the darts, it'll be Colin Osborne who will be joining us from 10 o'clock
100.
tomorrow evening. Just a summary of the session times. 1 o'clock for Group B. Sorry, 1 o'clock for Group C, 10 o'clock for Group B. And then we'll do
85.
exactly the same on Friday. And then Saturday's final is going to just begin at a slightly later time. It's going to be an 8 o'clock start on the YouTube channel. And then we're going to be live on Sporty Stuff TV from 10:30 as
80.
Wesley Harms has the most opportune time for a bounce out.
$85.
And it felt like after the first dart, Norris was going to punish. Wasn't quite the case.
$85. $58.
Is this the visit that sends this game and sends the destiny of Group B in the favour of Wesley Harms? What a time to come up with with your first max of the match and your last scoring visit of the match. Well, Wesley Harms was in all sorts of trouble in this game,
56.
but he's managed to claw himself the other side and find himself in a position where double four wins in the match and wins him a place in Group B tomorrow and Friday evening. Alan Norris played some good stuff there, but it was missed doubles that came to cost him in the end. Wesley Harms will be Group B bound on Thursday and Friday evening. Colin Osborne will be consigned to Group C. These are the facts and the figures from our final game of the session. Harms a 4-3 victor. He's going to join Steve West in Group B, but it's Conan Whitehead who is the first player through to Saturday night's final, winning Group A.
Yeah, significantly better from Wesley Harms today. He was just a lot more consistent, wasn't he, over the course of the day's play?
Yeah, I do think so. He just really pushed on. Like I say, slow start last couple of days, made a much better start today, and just about got the job done. Really did come to the wire, but yeah.
Yeah, he was better today, but as was Colin Osborne. As you can see there, got off to a perfect start, a 4-1 victory in his opening match before getting the better of Steve West with a 4-3 success, an average just shy of a ton in that match, and he was 4 out of 4 on the outer ring in that one. Colin Osborne made to wait, having got the better of Conan Whitehead in his last match of the day. Conan Whitehead there saying at the end that he just run out of steam somewhat because the pressure was off him. That can happen, can't it?
Yeah, and you did see him literally throw everything into that match. And I think Colin threw quite a lot into that final match. But unfortunately, you know, as the way it all panned out through the wins and losses, you know, the table was ever changing today. And, you know, it's been a really exciting end to everything. But despite that improvement from Colin, just wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, we're going to take a little look at Conan Whitehead's winning moment against Steve West. This is the moment it was confirmed that he was our first player through to finals night. He said he was nervous all day. That was perhaps reflected in some of his performances. But still, when it mattered, he found enough to get the job done. You can see the relief on his face there. He really is a big game player, isn't he?
Yeah, it was a relief followed by like that little bit of a celebration at the end once he'd realised that's it, I've done it, job done. And that's what they're here to do. They're here to try and qualify through the, you know, straight through by winning the group. But if you don't win the group, you want to be in those next 2 places. But I think just Conan over this whole week has just been remarkably consistent.
And how much of a threat do you think he will be on finals night?
Oh, it'd be huge, won't he? You know, he's a massive threat. He's not only just won these weeks before, but he's won the entire series. So he's been here before, he's got the T-shirt, so he knows what to expect.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look at the table then. Confirmation that Conan Whitehead is our first player through to finals night. Steve West and Wesley Harms will be battling it out in Group B. They ended their campaign both on 18 points, both +3 in the legs difference column. Colin Osborne wasn't to be for him in the end, despite some really impressive performances over the course of today's play. Johnny Haynes and Alan Norris, well, we've known for quite some time that they will be battling it out in Group C. For Alan Norris, they're not getting over the line in that last match, but he did have a superb victory a little earlier on over Colin Osborne. How much confidence can he take from that?
Yeah, it's definitely been the best day. He's finished on his best. He's got more wins today, and he's run people close. That was a really close game just then against Wesley Harms. So hopefully he can take that, push it forward. It's just a little bit of lacking in consistency, I think, but obviously he's got these 3 days under his belt. He knows when he's playing, he knows where he's got, and he's got a tough job again. I think they all have in that Group C.
Yeah, they have indeed. Let's have a look at the group breakdown then. Group C, Ben Payne comes into it. Scott Campbell, Willie Borland, Alan Norris, Johnny Haynes and Colin Osborne. Willie Borland, one of the standout names there, of course. He was the runner-up in a Challenge Tour event back in May. Lost in the final, actually, to Conan Whitehead on that occasion. He did make it to the semi-final during the last block in Milton Keynes as well. So he'll be coming here in some form.
Yes, yeah, like I say, I would find it very difficult to kind of pick just 2 people from Group C to come through. Same with Group B. This is a fantastic standard and really quite exciting. But I think because Alan, Johnny and Colin maybe have got these few days, hopefully they can just keep going because they have completely improved as the week's gone on.
Yeah, Dan Reed is another name that stands out there. He seems to be consistently growing, doesn't he? Every time he comes here, we expect him to make a bit of a mark tomorrow night as well.
Yeah, and again, he's joining the likes of, you know, Richie North, who's coming as an ADC qualifier, and Scott Walters. I mean, mean, what a group. And 2 of those people will not be in finals week.
Yeah, it's quite remarkable to think that, isn't it? So the action resumes from 1 p.m. tomorrow, where we get our Group C campaign underway. But today it was all about Conan Whitehead, the Barbarian. The Series 1 winner is our first name through to Saturday's finals night. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow afternoon.